What if the stories whispered in the shadows of ancient trees held the power to reshape destinies? In the twilight haze of a savanna dusk, where the sky bleeds crimson and gold, an unseen tension crackles like the air before a storm. Here, legends walk among the living, their echoes reverberating through the rustling grass and the distant calls of wild creatures. Each tale, a pulse in the land, teeters on the brink of revelation, waiting for a spark to ignite the conflagration of history. As the sun dips below the horizon, the silhouettes of ancestors rise, cloaked in the mysteries of time. The villagers gather around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the orange glow, eyes wide with anticipation. They speak in hushed tones of the trickster god, Anansi, whose cleverness could twist fate with a single thought. What of the fierce warrior, Shaka Zulu, whose ambition tore through the fabric of nations? Or the haunting figure of Mamiwata, a mermaid who lures both men and women to their doom with her enchanting beauty? Each story is a thread in a tapestry woven from the fears and hopes of generations. But on this night, a shiver runs through the crowd, a whisper of foreboding. The elders exchange glances, their brows furrowed, sensing that a long-buried secret stirs beneath the surface, clawing to be freed. Something has awakened in the earth, something ancient and powerful, and the balance that has held chaos at bay is beginning to fray. A child gazes up at the night sky, where stars flicker like distant memories, oblivious to the storm brewing in the cosmos above. Suddenly, a howl pierces the air, raw and primal. The shadows lengthen, stretching toward the fire, and the flames dance nervously, as if anticipating the arrival of an unseen force. The villagers hold their breaths, a collective heartbeat echoing in the stillness as the winds shift. They speak of omens, of a blood moon rising, of a serpent that has slumbered for centuries, of spirits restless and hungry for reckoning. The weight of expectation is palpable, thickening the air. What will happen when the stories that bind them together clash with the realities they cannot control? Uncertainty looms large, and the fear of the unknown grips them. The past is no longer a distant echo. It is a living entity, and it is hungry. In this moment, as shadows lengthen and legends awaken, the boundaries between the living and the spirit world blur. The stage is set for a confrontation that has lingered in the realms of myth for too long. Tension tightens like a bowstring, ready to snap. What sacrifices will be made? What truths will emerge from the ashes of their history? As the wind howls louder, the night deepens, and destiny approaches, thick with the weight of prophecy. An answer is coming, but it will demand a price, one that might change everything forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the vibrant plains of Africa, where the whispers of ancient spirits intertwined with the rustling leaves of acacia trees. Here, under the watchful gaze of the mountains and rivers, stories began to take shape, stories that spoke of creation, of gods and goddesses, of heroes and tricksters. This was a world where every rock, every stream, and every shadow held a tale, waiting to be told. Long before written words graced the pages of history, the people of Africa gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the dance of flames. They listened intently to the storytellers, whose voices wove together the threads of their ancestors' wisdom. In these gatherings, myths were born, echoing through time like the pounding of a drum, each beat resonating with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Each tale was a reflection of the land and its people, an intricate tapestry woven from experiences, struggles, and triumphs. The origins of African mythology are as rich and varied as the continent itself. From the sun-drenched savannas of East Africa to the lush forests of West Africa, every region held its own unique stories, colored by the cultures and traditions of its people. The ancient Egyptians spoke of Ra, the sun god who sailed the celestial waters, bringing light to the world. In the heart of the Congo, the people revered Mwindo, a demigod whose strength and cunning brought unity to his tribe. Each myth carried the weight of history, breathing life into the past, shaping the identities of those who heard them. In the dim light of twilight, as shadows stretched across the land, spirits walked among the living. These were not mere fanciful tales. They were the very essence of existence, teaching lessons about life, death, and the delicate balance of nature. Myths spoke of creation, of how the world was born from chaos, as in the story of the Yoruba god Obatala, who molded the first humans from clay. They spoke of the natural forces that surrounded the people, embodying the sun, the moon, and the stars in deities that could be both benevolent and fearsome. As dusk settled and the stars began to twinkle like ancient diamonds in the sky, the people offered their prayers and sacrifices, seeking favor from the gods. They sought guidance in the tales of the trickster, Anansi, who taught them the value of wisdom wrapped in wit. Anansi's stories flickered with humor and mischief, reminding them that intelligence could triumph over brute strength. Each story was a lesson, a moral compass navigating through the complexities of life, love, and loss. As the night deepened, the rhythm of drums echoed across the landscape, calling forth spirits and ancestors. In these moments, the veil between the seen and unseen thinned, as the living connected with those who had come before. The myths came alive, wrapping around the listeners like a warm embrace, as they felt the weight of their lineage. Each soul heard the whispers of their ancestors, urging them to remember, to honor, and to carry their stories forward. In the craggy mountains of the Atlas, the Berber tribes spoke of the goddess Tamazigh, a figure of strength who guided their hands in agriculture and taught them the secrets of the earth. Her stories intertwined with the land, painting vivid pictures of fertility and growth, urging the people to respect the cycle of life. The land itself resonated with her presence, as if every grain of sand and every drop of rain was a testament to her legacy. In the coastal regions, the mythology shifted like the tides. The tales of Mamiwata, the water spirit, captivated the hearts of many, embodying beauty, mystery, and danger. She was both a savior and a siren, drawing fishermen to her depths while offering them bountiful catches in return for their respect. Her essence flowed through rivers and oceans, a reminder of the power that lay in the unknown, in the very waters that sustained life. As the flicker of firelight illuminated the faces of the listeners, they felt a tug at their hearts. These stories were not just remnants of a past long gone. They were alive, breathing through every generation. The myths of Africa were woven into the very fabric of daily life, influencing rituals, celebrations, and even the way communities were formed. The elders passed down their tales to the youth, ensuring that their culture remained vibrant and resilient against the tides of time. In the midst of these storytelling circles, emotions surged like the rhythm of the drums. Laughter erupted when the tales turned playful, while tears glistened in the eyes of those who remembered the tragedies embedded within the myths. Through these stories, the people confronted their fears and hopes, their joys and sorrows. The myths became a sanctuary, a place where they could find solace and strength, a reminder that they were never alone. As the night wore on, the stories continued to unfold like the petals of a flower, each layer revealing deeper truths. They spoke of love and betrayal, of gods who walked among mortals, and of ordinary people who rose to greatness in times of strife. The myths captured the essence of humanity, a reflection of the struggles faced by every individual, reminding everyone that they were part of something greater, a lineage that connected them through generations. In the shadows of the night, the stories shimmered with potential, hinting at the adventures yet to come. The threads of mythology wove into the fabric of reality, intertwining past and present. Each tale was a doorway, an invitation to step into a world where the impossible became possible, where dreams merged with the vivid tapestry of life. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled overhead, the audience felt an unbreakable bond to their ancestors and to each other. The night was alive with possibility, and the stories were only just beginning. A flickering fire cast shadows on the faces of the gathered villagers, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. The elder, with skin like weathered leather, settled onto a low stool, his gnarled hands cradling a worn stick. As silence enveloped the crowd, he opened his mouth, and the air thickened with a blend of excitement and reverence. This was not just a story. It was a lifeline connecting generations, a sacred thread woven through time. The tales he shared were not mere words, but vessels of history, culture, and identity, passed down from one voice to another, like precious heirlooms. In many African cultures, oral tradition holds a unique place in the tapestry of mythology. It is a living, breathing entity, alive with emotion, rich with laughter and sorrow. Stories told around the fire are portals into the past, where spirits roam and ancestors watch over their descendants. They shape the very essence of communities, defining morals and binding people together in a collective identity. When the elder spoke, he called forth the ancestors, awakening spirits who had walked the earth long before. The cold grip of colonialism attempted to erase their legacy. These stories were often layered, like an onion, with each retelling adding depth and richness. One might hear the tale of Anansi the spider, a clever trickster whose cunning outsmarts even the most formidable foes. With every rendition, the listeners leaned in closer, hearts racing as they anticipated the twists and turns of his adventures. The children giggled at Anansi's antics, while the adults nodded knowingly, recognizing the life lessons hidden beneath the laughter. Each tale was a reminder of resilience and wit, a testament to survival against all odds. Villagers carried these narratives in their hearts, knowing the significance of each syllable. They were not just stories, they were the very fabric of existence. As the elder spoke of creation myths, the listeners could almost feel the warmth of the sun on their skin and hear the rustling of the wind as it whispered through the trees. They were transported to the time when the world was new, when gods and goddesses walked among mortals. The earth's pulse resonated with every word, and the stories flowed like the rivers that crisscrossed the land, connecting all life. But the power of oral tradition extended beyond mere entertainment. It was a tool for education and preservation. In every myth, there lay a lesson, a moral compass guiding the next generation. Tales of bravery, sacrifice, and love were imbued with wisdom that shaped the character of young and old alike. The rhythms of storytelling echoed the cycles of life, teaching children how to respect their elders, honor the spirits, and nurture the earth from which they came. The act of listening became a sacred ritual, a dance between the past and the present, where each listener contributed to the story's evolution. In the quiet moments, when the fire's embers glowed softly, the elder would share tales of heroes who had fought against injustices, inspiring the young men and women to dream of a brighter future. These stories carried the weight of history, a reminder of the struggles faced by their ancestors. The emotions would swell, filling the air with a palpable tension as listeners felt the pain of loss and the thrill of triumph. Each heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the narrative, making them part of something larger than themselves. As the night deepened, the stories shifted to darker themes, those of betrayal, loss, and the consequences of pride. The elder's voice would soften, casting an intimate spell over the audience, drawing them into the shadows where ancient fears and hopes intertwined. The listeners could almost sense the presence of spirits, lurking between the lines, reminding them that the past was not easily forgotten. They shivered, not from the chill in the air, but from the raw emotions that surged through the crowd, binding them together in shared understanding. The stories thrived on the tension between light and dark, weaving together the threads of human experience. There was laughter, yes, but also tears. Joy intermingled with sorrow, crafting a rich tapestry of life itself. With every twist of a plot, the villagers felt their own stories reflected back at them. They were not just passive recipients, they became active participants in the storytelling tradition, each adding their own experiences, fears, and aspirations. Some tales took on a mythical quality, rooted in the very fabric of the land. The elder spoke of great rivers that flowed with the blood of ancient warriors and mountains that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. These stories were the lifeblood of the community, anchoring them to their heritage while propelling them into the future. As the fire crackled, the listeners envisioned their ancestors standing beside them, nodding in approval as the narratives unfolded. The power of the oral tradition lay not just in the words, but in their ability to transcend time, to carry whispers from the past into the present. Every generation added its own brushstrokes to the canvas of mythology, ensuring that the stories would never grow stale. Those who listened became storytellers themselves, and the circle of life continued. Children became adults, and adults, in turn, became elders, each new voice echoing the wisdom handed down. The elder in the firelight was just one of many, a node in a vast network of storytellers stretching across the continent. The stories were alive, constantly evolving, yet grounded in the truths that transcended the ages. As the moon climbed high above, illuminating the night sky, the elder's voice grew more urgent, a call to action for the younger generation. His words resonated with the weight of responsibility, urging them to carry the mantle of storytelling forward. Each story was a seed planted in fertile soil, waiting to blossom in the hearts of those who dared to dream. And as the last embers of the fire flickered, the villagers understood that they were the guardians of these tales, tasked with nurturing their legacy. The air buzzed with a mix of anticipation and reverence as the elder prepared to share one final story, one that would encapsulate everything that had been spoken that night. The listeners leaned in closer, breaths held in unison, feeling the electric tension in the air. A revelation awaited them, one that would bind their destinies together in an unbreakable bond. And amidst the darkness, a flicker of hope emerged, a promise of continuity that would reverberate through time, seamlessly threading into the next tale, waiting to be told. In the beginning, when the world was still a whisper of possibility, there floated a vast ocean of nothingness. It was here, in this void, that the first spark of creation flickered to life. The ancient voices of the earth murmured tales of gods, spirits, and the incredible magic that spun the cosmos into existence. Each tribe, each culture, held tight to their own narrative, weaving threads of history, belief, and emotion into rich tapestries that explained how the stars earned their places in the sky and how the mountains rose to touch the heavens. In the northern reaches, the Inuits told stories of the earth being shaped by a cosmic struggle. The land was born from the bones of a great beast, slain by the clever raven. As he tore apart the creature's flesh, the tundra began to form, ice and rock mingling in a dance of creation. The raven, a trickster and a hero, brought light to the darkness, illuminating the world with the first flicker of dawn. The people listened, their hearts pounding with pride and fear, feeling the weight of the beast's sacrifice in their bones. Further south, the Aztecs sang of Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror, who held dominion over night and day. With a swirl of his obsidian mirror, he created the earth from the remnants of a star that had fallen from the sky. The stories danced around fires, igniting imaginations as the people marveled at how their world came to be. They could almost hear the crackle of the flames mimic the echo of Tezcatlipoca's laughter as he cast shadows across the land, reminding everyone of the duality of existence, light and dark, creation and destruction. The air would fill with awe, each voice rising like an incantation as they celebrated their origins. The intricate web of creation myths twisted and turned through the lush jungles of the Amazon, where the indigenous tribes spoke of a great serpent named Yakumama. She was the mother of all life, coiling through the rivers and sourcing the very essence of existence. According to legend, she opened her great maw, and from her came the fish, the birds, the trees, and even the very breath of the wind. The jungle rustled with life and mystery, with every rustle of a leaf echoing the rhythm of Yakumama's heartbeat. The people felt her presence in every drop of rain and every gust of wind, nurturing them as they paid homage to the mother serpent who gave them life. Across the ocean, in the heart of Africa, the Dogon tribe recounted tales of the Nomo, ancestral spirits who emerged from the waters of the Niger River. These beings, shaped like men and women, brought wisdom and knowledge, teaching the people how to cultivate the land and read the stars. Under the vast African sky, dreams and stories intertwined, each star a reminder of the Nomo's luminous teachings. The people gazed upward, their spirits soaring with the constellations, feeling intimately connected to the universe and all its mysteries. As dusk fell over the continent, the myths grew richer, more vivid. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the earth as the shadows of the past whispered to the present. In the Himalayas, the ancient tales spoke of the goddess Durga, who created the mountains to protect her people from the chaos of the world. With her fierce power, she transformed the land, raising peaks that reached for the sky, her footsteps echoing in the valleys below. The earth trembled with her might, and the people trembled with reverence, knowing they lived under the watchful eyes of a protector who had shaped their very home. Even on the distant islands of Oceania, creation was born in the heart of the ocean, where the god Maui pulled the islands from the sea's depths with nothing but a fishhook. Each island sprang forth with life, vibrant and full of potential, as the waves lapped against their shores. The islanders felt the pulse of the ocean, a reminder of Maui's strength and humor, the delicate balance of nature that sustained them. They celebrated his trickery, laughing as they shared tales of his exploits, feeling the sea breeze as a gentle caress from their beloved demigod. The myths of creation were not merely stories, they were lifelines. They forged a connection to the ancestors and offered solace in the face of uncertainty. Each legend, each tale, resonated with the pulse of life, sparking hope and reverence in the hearts of those who listened. They sang songs that danced like flames in the night, uniting generations in a tapestry of shared beliefs and experiences. As the sun rose on another day, the breath of creation whispered through the leaves and the skies, reminding all who would listen that they were part of something greater than themselves. The intricate stories of gods and spirits, of beasts and nature, echoed in the hearts of the people, each myth a thread in the grand weave of existence. The rhythms of life continued, pulsing with the energy of creation, a never-ending cycle that bound everyone together in the tapestry of time. And so, the stories flowed on, a river of emotion and wonder, igniting the spirits of the people. With each telling, the bonds grew stronger, pulses quickened, and hearts raced. The land around them vibrated with the resonance of their ancestors, echoing across valleys and mountains, touching every soul. Each creation myth was but a glimpse into the depths of their collective consciousness, a door opened to the infinite possibilities that awaited just beyond the horizon. As the winds shifted and the stories danced into the next chapter, the heartbeat of creation thrummed ever louder, a symphony of existence that beckoned all to listen, to feel, to be part of the wondrous unfolding of life. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land as the rhythmic beat of drums filled the air. In that moment, time seemed to pause, and the very essence of existence felt palpable. In African cosmology, time is not merely a sequence of moments. It embodies a deep connection to nature, life, and the ancestors. Each tick of the clock isn't just a reminder of the present. It is a whisper of the past and a promise of the future. In many African cultures, time is not linear, but cyclical, akin to the seasons that dance from life to death and back to life again. It is a spiral, where every end is a beginning, and every beginning carries the weight of what has come before. The earth breathes, cycles through planting and harvesting, the rise and fall of the moon, and the migration of birds, the very fabric of existence woven through these patterns. The sun does not just rise, it reaffirms the promise of another day, another chance to cherish the connections that bind humanity to the cosmos. Among the Yoruba people of Nigeria, the concept of time is intricately linked to their deities and spiritual beliefs. Obatala, the god of creation, embodies the essence of time, shaping the world with care and intention. The Yoruba calendar is rich with festivals that honor the cycles of nature and the ancestors. Each ceremony becomes a conduit, a way for the living to connect with those who have passed. During these gatherings, stories intertwine with the beat of the drums. The elders recount the lives of ancestors, blending the past and present into a living tapestry. As night cloaked the village, a storyteller, with a voice like warm honey, recited tales that echoed through the hearts of listeners. The air thick with anticipation, everyone leaned closer, each word imbued with a magnetic energy that bridged generations. In the tales, time was elastic, a realm where the ancestors walked alongside the living, guiding and protecting them through the cycles of life. The audience could feel the ancestors' presence, a palpable reminder that their legacy was woven into every heartbeat. In the Akan culture of Ghana, time takes on yet another texture. The concept of Sankofa teaches that one must return to the past to understand the future. This philosophy reflects the cyclical nature of life, where learning and growth emerge from revisiting history. The Akan people often express this through their art and proverbs, emphasizing that the wisdom of ancestors is vital for navigating the present. It is a reminder that every decision has roots in the past, and every choice we make blossoms into future possibilities. The moon, a silent guardian, casts her silver light across the land, illuminating the faces of those gathered under the vast African sky. As the night deepened, the tension in the air swelled with stories yet to be told. An elder, her skin like rich mahogany, spoke of the cycle of birth and death, the sacred journey that all beings undertake. With each word, the audience could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath them, a reminder that life is both fragile and fierce, fleeting and eternal. In the Zulu culture of South Africa, time is celebrated in a rhythm that honors the ancestors and the cycles of nature. The concept of Ubuntu encapsulates the belief that one's well-being is intertwined with the community and the cosmos. In this worldview, every action ripples through time, impacting those who came before and those yet to come. The community gathers to celebrate the harvest, sharing not just food, but stories, laughter, and tears, each moment a bead on the necklace of existence. As dawn approached, the colors of the sky shifted, and the people felt a sense of renewal. The cycles of time had once again reaffirmed their connection to one another and the universe. The sun, rising anew, promised the gift of another day, a chance to nurture relationships and honor their shared history. The drums, now quiet, echoed in their hearts, a reminder that even silence holds vibrancy. The Maasai of East Africa have their own intricate understanding of time, bound to the rhythms of the plains and the migration of their cattle. For them, the seasons dictate life, a constant cycle of waiting, movement, and gratitude. Time is measured not in hours, but in the blessings of rain and the thriving of livestock. Each day is a new chapter, a part of the endless story of the land and its people. In a remote village, a young Maasai warrior prepared for a ceremony marking his transition to manhood. The elders gathered around the fire, their faces aglow with the flames, sharing tales of bravery and wisdom from the ancestors. As the young warrior listened, he felt the weight of his lineage, the echoes of those who had come before him, guiding him toward his destiny. The fire crackled, casting shadows that danced like spirits, and in that moment, time ceased to matter. Only the connection between past, present, and future remained. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the vast African landscape, the energy shifted. The villagers set out to work, their movements synchronized with the heartbeat of the earth. In their actions, they demonstrated the essence of cyclicality, planting seeds, nurturing life, celebrating the connections that bind them to their ancestors and to one another. In the quiet moments between the sun's ascent and the bustling activities of the day, there was an understanding that life is a continuous loop. Time, in its cyclical nature, invites reflection and reverence for the past, while propelling individuals toward the future. As the day unfolded, the people embraced their experiences, living each moment with intention, knowing that the legacy of their ancestors flowed through their veins. As the sun reached its zenith, the energy shifted once more. The drums began to beat anew, and the air filled with the pulse of joy and celebration. The villagers danced, their feet moving in harmony with the earth's rhythm, a powerful reminder that the cycle continues, undeterred by the passage of time. Each movement was a tribute to the ancestors, a celebration of life, love, and the unbroken chain that ties them to the cosmos, urging them to honor the past while embracing the future. With every turn, the dance of life spiraled onward, echoing the timeless truth of existence. Past, present, and future intertwined, forever echoing in the heart of Africa. Lightning sliced through the sky, illuminating a figure standing on the edge of a precipice. His eyes, pools of eternal wisdom, held the weight of millennia. He was one of the major deities, revered by countless souls who looked to the heavens, seeking guidance and strength. The air crackled with energy, a palpable reminder of the power these beings wielded over the very fabric of existence. Each deity, an embodiment of a particular force, a vital aspect of life, stood ready to incite awe or terror, depending on their whims. In the beginning, there was chaos, a swirling void where nothing existed. From this darkness, an order emerged. At the helm was the mighty god of creation, a being whose very breath gave life to the stars and the earth. His domain encompassed all that is beautiful and vibrant. Artists sang praises of his creativity, while farmers whispered thanks for the harvests he nurtured. Yet beneath his splendor lay a paradox, a flicker of rage that could unleash storms, floods, and wildfires upon those who took his gifts for granted. The creation deity was both a gentle muse and a fierce protector of the balance of nature, reminding everyone that with creation comes responsibility. In stark contrast, the goddess of the hunt roamed the earth, swift and silent. She embodied the thrill of the chase, the quiet tension of the forest, where every rustle could mean life or death. Her domain stretched across vast landscapes, from the towering mountains to the verdant valleys. Those who dared to enter her realm felt a shiver travel down their spine, for she was both guardian and executioner. Her loyal followers, hunters and gatherers, revered her for the bounty she provided, while also respecting her unpredictable nature. One moment she could bless a hunter with a plentiful catch. The next, she could turn the tables, leading the unworthy into the jaws of danger. Her laughter echoed through the woods, a haunting sound that sent chills racing through the hearts of men. The realm of the sea was ruled by a deity whose presence was felt in the crashing waves and the calm tides. He was a majestic figure, his hair flowing like liquid silver, embodying both the tempest and tranquility. Sailors would leave offerings at the shore, hoping for safe passage, for his moods were as unpredictable as the storms that battered their ships. He could stir the ocean into a furious rage, swallowing entire fleets in moments. But he also cradled the fishermen in his gentle embrace, guiding them to the richest waters. The sea deity understood the delicate balance between life and death, and his followers learned to navigate both with humility and respect. Then, there was the goddess of wisdom, a radiant being who wielded knowledge like a double-edged sword. She opened the eyes of her believers, allowing them to see beyond the veil of ignorance. Scholars and seekers scoured the annals of time, searching for her teachings, hoping to grasp the truths she hid in the shadows of the world. Her domain was one of enlightenment, yet it was also filled with trials. Those who sought her wisdom often found themselves facing their deepest fears, for she believed that true understanding came through confronting the darkness within. Her laughter was the sound of pages turning, the rustle of scrolls, and the sharp intake of breath as an epiphany struck. The quest for knowledge was fraught with peril, but her followers clung to the promise that the light of understanding would illuminate their paths. And in the world of the underworld, a deity presided over the shadows, the guardian of souls. His presence was both ominous and comforting, a necessary force that ensured the cycle of life continued. The underworld god held sway over the departed, guiding them through the veil between worlds. His domain was dark, but not devoid of hope. Those who honored him received solace. Their loved ones were treated with dignity in the afterlife. Yet, for those who dared to disrespect the sacred rites, his wrath was fearsome. He could unleash the most profound despair, dragging the unworthy into the depths of sorrow. His domain was a reminder that every ending was a prelude to a new beginning, a cycle that was as necessary as life itself. As night enveloped the land, the stars flickered above, each one a testament to the gods' eternal presence. They watched over humanity, their whispers carried on the winds, urging mortals to remember their domains and the power each deity held. In the flickering shadows of the campfires, tales of these major deities were woven into the fabric of nightly conversations, tales that tugged at the heartstrings and ignited the imagination. Each story was a thread, connecting the past to the present, a reminder of the divine forces at play in every aspect of existence. But whispers of unrest began to ripple through the stories, tales of forgotten rituals, lost connections, and the rise of apathy among the people. The gods felt it too. Their domains were shifting as they observed those who once revered them turn away. Tension brewed in the celestial sphere, a storm gathering on the horizon, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance. The once vibrant offerings grew sparse, replaced by silence that echoed in the chambers of the divine. As the winds howled and the earth trembled, the gods began to stir. Their emotions swirled, a tempest of fury, sadness, and hope. Each deity contemplated the choices made by their followers, the love once palpable, now overshadowed by indifference. The very elements trembled at the thought of what was to come, a reckoning that would either restore the bond between mortals and the divine, or sever it forever. The outcome hinged on the hearts of humanity, poised between reverence and rebellion, a dance of fate that would determine the world's future. The stage was set, the tension thick in the air, as the gods prepared to intervene in ways they had not done for centuries. A countdown began, the heartbeat of the cosmos echoing through the fabric of time. Would the pleas of the faithful reach their ears in time? Would the spark of belief reignite the flames of devotion? The answer lay obscured in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the divine and mortal realms would collide once more, a cataclysmic intersection of fate and faith, igniting the dawn of a new era. In the thick heat of a West African afternoon, a small village bustled with life. Laughter and chatter filled the air as mothers tended to their children, and elders shared stories that curled like smoke from the fires. Yet amid this lively scene, a quiet tension lay just beneath the surface. This was a land where tales of Anansi the spider danced upon the lips of the people, weaving through the fabric of their lives like the golden threads of a master weaver's loom. Anansi, the trickster spider, was not just a story. He was a lesson wrapped in mischief and cunning. Ever since the first flicker of his 8 legs had graced the earth, he had become an emblem of cleverness, a mischievous spirit who sparked both joy and chaos. It was said that Anansi could outsmart the strongest of men and the wisest of elders, slipping through their fingers like sand. The villagers often wondered, who could truly tame the spider? One day, as the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue across the land, Anansi felt a stirring in his heart. He had heard of a boastful lion, the king of beasts, who roamed the nearby jungle, scaring all who dared to cross his path. The lion's roar echoed like thunder, and his pride knew no bounds. Rumor had it that he claimed no creature could outsmart him. How deliciously tempting! Anansi's legs quivered with excitement. The thought of a challenge lit a fire within him. The next morning, Anansi tiptoed into the lion's territory, his tiny body a stark contrast to the great beast lounging under a baobab tree. The lion, his fur glistening in the dappled sunlight, was in the midst of grooming himself. He flicked his tail lazily, a king unaware of his impending duel with cunning. "Great lion," Anansi called out, his voice smooth as honey. "I have heard tales of your might and majesty, but tell me, can you outsmart a little spider?" The lion's ears perked up, and he chuckled, a deep rumble that stirred the leaves. "A spider? What can you possibly know of cunning? I am the king. Bow before me." Anansi grinned, his web of schemes already spinning in his mind. "Oh, but I think you might find this game amusing. A riddle, perhaps? If you solve it, I shall flee. If you fail, you must declare me the cleverest of all creatures." The lion's pride flared. "I can solve any riddle. Speak, little spider." With a twinkle of mischief in his eyes, Anansi spoke. "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening?" The lion furrowed his brow, his confidence wavering. He thought hard, scratching his chin with a massive paw. 4 legs, 2 legs, 3 legs. What nonsense is this? Hours passed, and Anansi danced with anticipation, his web of laughter echoing around him. The jungle buzzed with whispers, animals peeking from behind trees, their ears twitching with curiosity about the unfolding drama. Anansi watched the lion, who was now pacing, frustration etched across his regal face. Finally, unable to bear the suspense, the lion roared, "I give up. What is the answer?" Anansi erupted into laughter, a sound that rippled through the jungle. "It is man. As a baby, he crawls on 4 legs. As an adult, he walks on 2, and in old age, he uses a cane." The lion's eyes grew wide, shock washing over him. He felt the weight of his pride crumbling. "You tricked me," he bellowed, his voice a tempest. "You're nothing but a spider." And with that, the laughter of Anansi echoed long after the lion's roar faded, a reminder of the cleverness that resided in the smallest of creatures. But Anansi wasn't finished. He had stirred the pot of pride within the lion, and he knew he could exploit it further. The tales of Anansi grew more vibrant, spreading like wildfire through the village and the jungle. Surely there was a way to remind the lion just how foolish arrogance could be. Days passed, and the lion, still reeling from his recent defeat, grew ever more boastful. He swaggered through the jungle, calling out to all the animals to witness his reign. "I am the strongest. I am the smartest," he proclaimed, his voice booming through the trees. The creatures watched, exchanging glances of concern and amusement. Anansi, perched on a branch above, watched with keen eyes. It was time for the next phase of his plan. He crafted a trap, an inviting pile of sweet, juicy fruit placed at the edge of a clearing, knowing the lion's greed would lead him straight into its embrace. Soon, the lion, his eyes gleaming with desire, caught sight of the fruit. "What a feast!" he roared, rushing toward it. But just as he dove in, the ground gave way beneath him, and the lion tumbled into a deep pit, his roars echoing in the wilderness, a cacophony of rage and disbelief. The animals gathered around the pit, snickering and shaking their heads. Anansi, his heart racing with triumphant glee, looked down at the lion. "O mighty king, It seems you have overlooked the wisdom of the spider." Trapped and furious, the lion glared up at Anansi, his pride now stripped bare. "Release me, spider. I will crush you." "Crush me?" Anansi laughed, the sound ringing like chimes in the air. "You have learned a lesson today, dear king. It is not just strength that prevails, but wit and wisdom." With that, Anansi scuttled away, leaving the lion to ponder his arrogance. The story of Anansi continued to spread, weaving through the village and the jungle, a tale of laughter and lessons learned. The villagers recounted the events, each telling more vivid than the last, the excitement making their hearts race. Anansi, the trickster spider, had left his mark once again, a reminder that even the mightiest could be brought low by their own pride. And so, the legend grew, entwining itself with the lives of those who heard it, beckoning them to listen, to learn, to laugh. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, while whispers of Anansi's next adventure floated on the warm breeze. Every heart in the village was alive with anticipation, knowing that the cunning spider would soon weave another tale, a thrilling mix of joy and mischief that would keep them on the edge of their seats. High above the bustling villages and lush landscapes of Ghana, a figure loomed, vast and powerful, stretching across the sky like a tapestry of infinite blue and shimmering clouds. This was no ordinary view. It was the canvas of Niame, the sky god revered by the Akan people. They looked up not just to see the sun rise or the stars twinkle, but to connect with something beyond their earthly existence. Niame was more than a god. He was a living presence, felt in the rustle of the wind and the gentle caress of the rain, holding their hopes and dreams within his celestial embrace. Traditionally, the Akan people believed that Niame was responsible for the creation of the universe. His voice, echoing through the valleys, was said to be the very foundation of life. As children played in the streets, their laughter mingled with the whispers of the wind, a constant reminder that Niame was always watching, protecting, and guiding. Stories passed down through generations wove a rich tapestry of Niame's power. Elders spoke of how he painted the skies at dawn, blessing the world with light, and how each sunset was a promise of renewal and resilience. In the stillness of a quiet night, a feeling permeated the air, thick with expectancy. The moon glowed softly, casting silvery shadows on the ground, while the stars twinkled like the eyes of the ancestors, watching over their descendants. Stories told around large fires ignited imaginations, each flicker of flame embodying a connection to Niame. The Akan people didn't just look up, they felt the weight of their ancestors and the sky god himself. Every clap of thunder was a reminder of his might. Every droplet of rain was a tear of joy or sorrow from the heavens above. As the sun rose on the day of the annual festival dedicated to Niame, excitement crackled in the air. The aroma of traditional dishes wafted through the streets, where vibrant fabrics adorned the bodies of men and women, each pattern telling a story of kinship and honor. It was a time when the Akan community came together, their hearts beating as one, to pay homage to the one who held the sky. Children, eyes wide with wonder, listened intently as the elders recounted the creation myths, their voices rising and falling like the rhythms of the drumbeats that echoed around them. Niame created the earth from nothing, an elder would say, voice deep and resonant. He breathed life into the first man and woman, teaching them to cultivate the land, to honor their ancestors, and to live in harmony with all beings. Each word hung in the air, thick with meaning, wrapping around hearts like a warm blanket on a cold night. The people felt the truth of it, as if Nyame himself was speaking through the lips of their elders, igniting an ancient fire within them. But shadows lurked too. There were tales of challenges faced by the people, moments when the skies darkened as if Nyame himself had turned his gaze away. Times of drought or plague made them question if they had displeased the great sky god. Whispers of fear swirled in the air, but through those whispers, a fierce determination arose. The Akan people were resilient. They turned their fears into prayers, gathering at sacred shrines, offering kola nuts, and calling out to Nyame with hearts full of hope. During one such dark time, a drought gripped the land, and desperation filled the villages. The crops withered under the unforgiving sun, and despair threatened to erase the joy from their lives. As the people gathered, they locked eyes with one another, a silent understanding passing between them. They turned their collective gaze to the sky, chanting songs that soared higher and higher, reaching out to Nyame. In that moment, they were not just individuals. They became a chorus of voices, a united front against despair, praying for rain. Suddenly, a rumble shook the air. The clouds, heavy with promise, began to swirl. Gasps filled the gathering as the first drops fell, quickly turning into a downpour. Laughter erupted, mingling with tears of relief as the earth soaked in the life-giving water. They danced in the rain, celebrating not just the return of life, but the unbreakable bond they shared with Nyame. The lesson was clear. Even in their darkest hours, when hope seemed lost, the spirit of Nyame remained ever present, ready to listen and respond. As the night of the festival drew near, the people prepared their offerings with care and reverence. The drummers gathered, their hands poised to create rhythms that would summon the very spirit of Nyame. The fire danced, illuminating faces filled with anticipation and joy. The air vibrated with energy, emotions swirling like the smoke that spiraled into the night sky, inviting Nyame to join in their celebration. The moment arrived. It was electric. The first beat of the drums echoed through the valley, resonating deep within the hearts of the assembled crowd. They moved as one, bodies swaying, feet pounding the earth, their spirits lifted. With each beat, they felt Nyame's presence, his approval wrapping around them like a warm embrace. They sang songs of thanksgiving and praise, their voices rising into the heavens, each note a thread, binding them tighter to their sky god. In the midst of this celebration, a child stood at the edge of the gathering, eyes wide with awe, capturing the magic of the moment. She could feel Nyame's presence more intensely than anyone else. It was as if he spoke directly to her. In her innocence, she saw the world through a lens of wonder, believing in the stories told by her grandmother about the sky god who painted the sunrises and filled the night with stars. As the night deepened, the energy shifted. The drums quickened, a heartbeat echoing in tandem with the pulse of the earth. The people, lost in the rhythm, felt the air tremble with promise. The connection between them and Nyame became palpable, like a thread of silver connecting their hearts to the sky. In that moment, they understood that they were a part of something larger, a web of life and spirit that spanned beyond their earthly concerns. The sky shimmered with the light of countless stars, each one a reminder of the ancestors who had walked before them, who had celebrated Nyame in times of joy and sorrow. They were not alone. The stories of their past flickered in the starlight, a reminder that Nyame's gaze was always upon them, urging them to continue their journey. to endure, and to thrive under his watchful skies. And as the night lingered on, the echo of their celebration melded into the whispers of the wind, a promise that the connection between the Akan people and Nyame would endure, weaving its way through the fabric of time, unbroken and eternal. In the beginning, before time etched its lines on the canvas of existence, Olorin breathed life into the void. A vibrant pulse echoed through the silence, painting the universe with colors unseen, igniting stars that burned with fervent light. It was a moment that held the essence of creation, an explosion of energy transforming chaos into order. This was no mere tale of gods. It was the very fabric of life, woven with threads of power, wisdom, and unfathomable love. Olorin, the supreme god of the Yoruba people, stood as the embodiment of the sun, a radiant force whose warmth was felt far and wide. With the sun's rays whispering ancient secrets, Olorin looked upon the world with eyes that saw all, eyes that held the weight of the cosmos. He was the source of all that was good and pure, a benevolent creator who shaped not just the land, but the lives of those who walked upon it. His heart beat in rhythm with the earth, each pulse resonating with the spirit of creation itself. Legends spoke of Olorun's descent from the heavens, where he ruled with grace and authority. The Yoruba people revered him, understanding that every sunrise was a kiss from their creator, a reminder of his presence. They would rise each day, their faces turned skyward, feeling the sun's warmth wash over them like a comforting embrace. This daily ritual was more than a routine. It was a profound conversation with the divine, a way of acknowledging the life force that flowed through their veins. In the lush landscapes of Yorubaland, where the air hummed with the songs of nature, people shared stories about Olorun, tales that wove together history and belief. They spoke of his creation of the world, how he fashioned the mountains, rivers, and forests with careful hands, and how every creature, from the mightiest elephant to the tiniest ant, was a reflection of his divine essence. Each leaf, rustling in the gentle wind, carried a whisper of Olorun, a reminder of his omnipotence that could not be contained. Yet, the beauty of Olorun's creation was not without its struggles. There were times when darkness threatened to cloak the world, when shadows crept in, testing the resilience of the people. But Olorun, ever watchful, would send a ray of hope, a burst of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating the path forward. His presence was a beacon, guiding the lost, healing the broken, and reminding them that even in their darkest hours, they were never truly alone. Amidst the vibrant tapestry of life, the Yoruba people held sacred festivals to honor Olorun. Drumming echoed through the valleys, and vibrant colors danced in the sunlight as people gathered to celebrate the bond between the divine and the mortal. Each beat of the drum was a heartbeat of the earth, a connection forged through rhythm and prayer. The air was thick with anticipation as the people called upon Olorun, their voices rising like a chorus to the heavens, a collective plea for blessings and guidance. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the land, the stories would grow more intense. It was said that during these sacred moments, Olorun would descend again, cloaked in light, walking among his people. They would feel the earth tremble beneath their feet, a sign that he was near, and their hearts would swell with emotion, joy mingled with reverence, a bittersweet reminder of their smallness in the vast universe. In the midst of this reverence, whispers began to circulate about a time when Olorun faced a crisis, a challenge that shook the very foundations of creation. It was a clash of wills, a battle between light and darkness. Entities of chaos sought to disrupt the harmony Olorun had so lovingly crafted, and as the sky darkened, the hearts of the people trembled. They looked to the heavens, praying for their supreme god to intervene, their voices rising in urgency, their spirits entwined with desperation. The air crackled with tension as the conflict reached its peak. Olorun, wielding the power of the sun, stood firm against the encroaching darkness. Rays blazed from his being, illuminating the shadows as he called upon the elements to aid him. Thunder clapped, and lightning split the sky, the very forces of nature rallying behind their creator. This was not just a battle for existence, it was a testament to the indomitable spirit of life itself. In that pivotal moment, Olorun's voice boomed across the heavens, a declaration that echoed through time. "Let there be light," he commanded, and the universe trembled in response. The darkness quivered, pushed back by the force of his will. The light spread, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, a glorious display of victory. The people below watched in awe, their hearts swelling with pride and gratitude, knowing that their supreme God had fought for them once again. As the dust settled, the warmth of Olorun's presence enveloped the land, a gentle reminder that hope would always prevail. The people's faith deepened, their connection to Olorun solidified in the shared experience of struggle and triumph. They danced in celebration, laughter spilling into the air like music, a chorus of gratitude rising to the heavens. Each step was a testament to resilience, each twirl a celebration of life, echoing the eternal dance between light and shadow. But even as they reveled, a hum of uncertainty lingered in the air. What if darkness returned? What if Olorun was not always there to shield them? The whispers of fear mingled with the joyous songs, creating a complex tapestry of emotion. Yet, amidst the uncertainty, the people found strength in their unity, in their unwavering belief in Olorun, their guiding light. They turned to one another, hands clasped, hearts beating as one, a community bound in faith, prepared to face whatever trials lay ahead. The cycle continued, a rhythmic dance of creation, struggle, and rebirth. Olorun's essence infused every corner of their lives, a constant reminder of the divine spirit that watched over them. In moments of quiet reflection, they would seek his guidance, whispering their hopes and fears into the vastness, trusting that he would listen. Each sunrise was a promise, a new chance to honor their creator, a chance to fill the world with love, joy, and gratitude. And so, the story of Olorun flowed like a river, meandering through the hearts of his people, ever-changing yet eternal. The sun would rise and set, seasons would shift, but the essence of Olorun remained, a constant thread woven into the fabric of existence, binding all beings together under the watchful gaze of the supreme God. Even now, as the stars twinkle in the vast night sky, they are a reminder that Olorun's light lives on. Ever guiding, ever loving, an unbreakable bond between the divine and the earthly. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow that lingered in the air, hinting at the promise of a new day. The stories would continue, echoing through time, forever intertwining the lives of the people with their supreme God. Each day began with a whisper, each moment a prayer, a testament to their undying faith. The connection was unyielding, a thread that would never fray, binding them together in the dance of existence, forever intertwined, forever hopeful. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the tranquil waters of the African coast. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore played a melancholic tune, a song that echoed the whispers of ancient spirits. Among these spirits, one figure captivated the imagination, a being who danced between the worlds of the seen and the unseen, Mami Wata. To the villagers, she was no mere myth. She was a living legend, a symbol of beauty, mystery, and danger. With flowing hair that shimmered like the surface of the ocean, skin that glistened with the lustrous sheen of the water, and eyes that sparkled with an otherworldly light, Mami Wata was a siren of the seas. She beckoned to fishermen with promises of bountiful catches and warned them of treacherous storms with the flick of her tail. Her presence was felt, even when she was unseen, a force that shaped the lives of those who dared to live near her waters. The stories of Mami Wata were woven into the very fabric of life along the coast. Elders spoke of her in hushed tones, eyes wide with reverence and fear. She was a protector of the vulnerable and a punisher of the greedy. A fisherman's tale rang through the village. One moonlit night, a man cast his net into the sea, filled with dreams of catching the biggest fish of his life. As dawn broke, he was met not with a bounty of fish, but with an ethereal woman rising from the waves. Her voice, both sweet and commanding, warned him that his greed would lead to his downfall. Yet, blinded by ambition, he ignored her, only to find his nets empty and his boat wrecked days later. Mami Wata was not just a spirit. She was a mother, a lover, a guide. She had the power to heal the sick, to bring fortune, and to inspire love, but she could just as easily turn her back on those who disrespected her. In the evenings, when the sun kissed the horizon, good night, villagers would gather on the sandy shores, singing songs and lighting candles, hoping to gain her favor. Rituals were performed, offerings laid bare before the waves, a dance of respect and reverence, a plea for her blessings. The water was alive with her energy. It churned and sparkled, each wave holding a fragment of stories untold. Mermaids adorned in shells and coral were also said to swim alongside her, echoing the beauty and danger of Mami Wata. Tales of fishermen disappearing after glimpsing her reflected glory were not uncommon. They were warnings, reverberations of a truth too profound to ignore. Those who gazed upon her were often said to fall into a trance, mesmerized by her beauty, longing for the impossible. In the dim light of the village's communal hut, a woman named Amina would recount her own encounter with Mami Wata, her voice trembling with emotion. The villagers listened intently, heartbeats quickening as she described the day she ventured too far into the sea, drawn by the shimmering waves. In that moment, she felt a pull unlike anything before. The water embraced her, lifting her above the surface as Mami Wata appeared, radiant and otherworldly. Amina spoke of the promises whispered in her ear, of love and wealth beyond imagination, yet warning of the price that must be paid. The tension in the air was palpable as Amina's tale unfolded. The villagers hung on her every word, feeling the thrill of Mami Wata's allure and the lurking dread of her wrath. They could see Amina's face, illuminated by the flickering flames of the fire, reflecting both the joy of the encounter and the weight of her choice. She had been tempted, and she had nearly lost herself to the depths of the sea, a fate some would never escape. But her story was just one among many. The tales of Mami Wata stretched across the lands and rivers, through the hearts of the people who lived in her shadow. In the thick jungles of West Africa, she was worshipped as a goddess, her essence celebrated in vibrant ceremonies filled with music, dance, and laughter. Brightly colored fabrics swirled in the air as dancers moved gracefully, embodying the spirit of the water. It was said that during these sacred rituals, Mami Wata would join them. Her presence felt as a gentle breeze, as if she were dancing with them, encouraging their celebration of life. But the waters held a darker side too, a reminder of the unpredictability of nature. Storms would rise from nowhere, fierce winds and crashing waves bearing down on the unsuspecting. During one ferocious tempest, a young girl named Zuri found herself stranded on a rocky outcrop, waves crashing around her. In her panic, she cried out for Mami Wata, pleading for mercy. To her astonishment, the waters calmed, and a figure emerged, shimmering in the twilight. The spirit spoke softly, "Fear not, child. Trust in me." Zuri's heart raced as she was enveloped by a wave that felt like a warm embrace. In that moment, she understood the dual nature of Mami Wata, protector and destroyer, nurturing and terrifying. These stories passed from generation to generation, each retelling layered with emotion and tension, a testament to the spirit's enduring presence. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, a sense of unity enveloped the village, the shared fear and love for Mami Wata binding them together. The tales stirred something deep within their souls, a connection to the water and its spirit, a reminder of their own humanity, fragile yet resilient. But the night was still young, and the ocean whispered secrets that only the brave dared to uncover. The villagers felt her call, a soft tug at their hearts, inviting them to listen more closely, to seek the hidden depths that lay beneath the surface. The stories of Mami Wata were far from over. They were alive, breathing, waiting to unfold once more. In the flickering shadows of a fire-lit cave, a group of ancient people gathered, their faces glowing with the warmth of flames and the weight of stories untold. With each crackle and pop of the fire, they felt the presence of those who had walked the earth before them. Ancestors were not distant memories. They were alive in the rhythm of the dance, pulsing through the songs sung in reverence. The air thickened with the weight of their whispers, echoing across time, threading through the fabric of existence like a golden stitch, binding past and present. These ancestors, figures draped in layers of history, held roles steeped in significance. They served as guardians, watching over their descendants from a realm unseen, their eyes shining like distant stars. In many cultures, they were seen as the bridge between the mortal world and the divine, mediators of wisdom and fate. Every grain of sand on the shore, every rustle of leaves in the wind seemed to carry their voices, reminding the living of their heritage. In ancient Greece, the very earth was thought to be imbued with ancestral spirits. The Greeks honored their ancestors not just with ritual offerings, but through the veneration of family tombs. This act of remembrance forged connections that transcended the grave. The dead were not gone. They lingered, their souls intertwined with the living, guiding them through trials. When a young warrior would step onto the battlefield, he didn't just carry his sword. He carried the honor of his forefathers, their courage surging through his veins. Across the sea, in the rich tapestry of African mythology, ancestors were the heartbeat of communities. They were invoked in ceremonies that celebrated life's milestones, births, marriages, and even deaths. In the flicker of candlelight, the living would call upon the spirits, asking for guidance and blessings. The ancestors whispered wisdom to those who listened, reminding them of the strength drawn from shared ancestry. It was a bond that transcended time, a connection that provided solace in times of despair and joy in times of celebration. Far to the east, in the ancient traditions of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, ancestors were the very essence of nature itself. They were the winds, the mountains, and the rivers. Each natural element held a story, a legacy passed down from those who had come before. To honor them was to honor the earth. Around campfires, stories flowed like the rivers that wound through their lands, tales of bravery and sacrifice echoing in the night. Each tale was a thread, weaving the past into the present, assuring that the lessons learned were never forgotten. The Celts, too, revered their ancestors with an intensity that mirrored the wild beauty of their landscapes. Every hill and stone was believed to be imbued with the spirits of those who had once roamed the earth. They celebrated Samhain, a time when the veil between the worlds thinned, allowing the voices of the ancestors to be heard clearly. As bonfires blazed in the night, families gathered, sharing tales of those who had passed, lighting candles to guide their spirits home. In that sacred space, tears mingled with laughter, the past providing comfort to the living, a reminder that death was not an end, but a continuation of a story. In the heart of these traditions lay a powerful truth. Ancestors were not just remnants of the past. They were alive in every decision made, every path taken. They were the whispers in the wind, the shadows that danced in the twilight. When a decision loomed heavy on the shoulders of the living, it was often said that the ancestors were watching. Their hopes and dreams woven into the very fabric of existence. Would the descendants uphold the family's honor? Would they forge a future worthy of their lineage? For many, the memory of the ancestors served as a guiding star. In the Pacific Islands, for instance, the Polynesians viewed their ancestors as navigators, guiding their canoes across vast, uncharted waters. They read the stars, not just to find their way, but to connect with the spirits that had paved the way before them. With each wave that crashed against their boats, they felt the pulse of history, a sacred rhythm that anchored them to their past. Even in the modern world, the essence of ancestors remains a vibrant thread. In rituals and family gatherings, the departed are honored with laughter and tears. Family trees are meticulously crafted, not just as a display of lineage, but as living documents that breathe life into memories. Each name inscribed carries a story, a heartbeat that transcends time. In quiet moments, people still feel the weight of their ancestors' presence, guiding them through the labyrinth of life's choices. As the fire crackled and the stories flowed, a palpable tension hung in the air, an expectation, a yearning for connection. The ancestors, always present, seemed to weave closer, their stories entwining with the lives of the living. The shadows danced and morphed. In that flickering light, generations converged. Every laugh, every tear, every whisper carried the weight of love and loss, a testament to the unbreakable bonds that formed across time. The line between the living and the departed blurred as night deepened. It was a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lives in the hearts and minds of those who remember. The ancestors held the keys to wisdom and courage, urging their descendants to honor their legacy, to live fully, to carry forth the stories that defined them. And in that moment, between the crackling flames and the haunting melodies of ancestral songs, an unbreakable connection pulsed through the air, igniting a spark that would never fade. With the dawn of new beginnings looming on the horizon, the stories of the ancestors awaited their next chapter, a chapter not yet written, but filled with the promise of what was to come. In the delicate balance of remembering and living, the eternal dance of past and present continued, a fire that would never extinguish, a legacy that would forever burn bright. In the quiet moments just before dawn, when the world holds its breath, there is a whisper that dances through the trees and rustles the leaves, a soft, almost haunting melody that speaks of spirits entwined with the very essence of nature. Beneath the surface of every river, within the roots of ancient trees, and fluttering among the petals of flowers, unseen forces weave stories of life, death, and rebirth. It is a reminder that the land is alive, pulsing with energy and wisdom. Long before the first settlers carved their names into the soil, the indigenous peoples revered the spirits that inhabited the land. They knew the names of the mountains and the rivers, and each had its own guardian spirit. The mountains rose like ancient giants, their peaks piercing the sky, and at their feet flowed rivers that sang of journeys far beyond the horizon. These natural deities were not just figures of folklore. They were the very fabric of existence, offering protection, guidance, and a connection to the earth. Take, for instance, the spirit of the wolf, revered by Native American tribes. To them, the wolf embodied loyalty, courage, and a deep connection to the wilderness. Legends spoke of the wolf as a guide, leading lost souls back to safety. They told tales around flickering fires, sharing the lessons learned from these hauntingly beautiful creatures, the importance of family, the strength found in unity, and the delicate balance of nature. As the stories poured forth, the flames danced, casting shadows that seemed to give life to the legends, echoing with the cries of wolves in the distance. Across the ocean, in the lush landscapes of Celtic lands, the air was thick with the presence of nature spirits, known as the Tuatha De Danann. These deities roamed the hills and valleys, their magic woven into the fabric of the land. Danu, the mother goddess, was often depicted as a flowing river, nurturing life as it coursed through the earth. Villagers would leave offerings by the banks, whispering prayers for good harvests and protection from storms. They understood that the spirit of the land was not to be taken lightly. It was a partnership, a sacred bond that required respect and reciprocity. In the dense jungles of South America, the Inca people worshipped Pachamama, the Earth Mother, whose spirit was believed to inhabit every rock, tree, and stream. As they tilled the land, they would pause, placing a small piece of their harvest back into the soil as a gift to her. It was a gesture of gratitude, a reminder that the earth provided not just sustenance, but life itself. The Andes echoed with the prayers of those who understood the symbiotic relationship with the environment, the whispers of Pachamama flowing through the valleys, urging them to honor the cycles of nature. In the bustling markets of India, the air heavy with spices and the scent of incense, the goddess Ganga personified the sacred river that flowed through the heart of the nation. Hindus revered Ganga as a purifier, her waters thought to wash away sins. Pilgrims would flock to her banks, dipping their toes into the cool waters, seeking spiritual renewal. The river, teeming with life, held within her currents the stories of countless souls and the memories of an ancient civilization. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue upon the water, the cries of the faithful rose in unison, a harmonious blend of devotion and reverence that enveloped the land. But not all spirits were gentle guardians. In the shadows, there were deities that demanded respect and caution. The Maori people of New Zealand spoke of Tumatawenga, the god of war and the embodiment of humanity's darker side. He was not only a protector, but also a reminder of the consequences of imbalance. The earth, with its beauty, could just as easily unleash its fury. Stories told of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes as the land reacted to human actions, a powerful testament to the need for harmony between man and nature. As the world changed, with industrialization creeping into every corner of life, a new tension arose. The spirits that once flourished began to fade, their whispers growing softer, almost drowned out by the clamor of machinery and the rush of modernity. Yet, even in this cacophony, remnants of their presence lingered. Communities around the globe began to awaken, remembering the old stories, calling back the spirits of the land. Environmental movements arose, echoing the age-old teachings of respect and balance. It became clear that the spirits of the land were not merely relics of the past. They were alive, waiting for humanity to remember its place in the grand tapestry of existence. With every tree planted, each river cleaned, and every prayer offered, people began to rekindle their connection to nature, reaching out to the spirits that had watched over them for millennia. A sense of urgency filled the air, as though the very earth were holding its breath, waiting for a resurgence of consciousness. The spirits began to stir, awakening from their long slumber, eager to guide those who sought their wisdom. The wind blew softly, carrying with it the faint cries of animals, the rustle of leaves, and the pulse of the earth itself. And so, as the sun set, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a newfound understanding blossomed. The spirits of the land were not just tales to tell around campfires. They were a call to action, a reminder that within every heartbeat of nature lives a story waiting to be told, an unbroken connection that binds humanity to the earth. As twilight deepened, a new chapter loomed on the horizon, one where the whispers of ancient spirits entwined with the hopes of a modern world, ready to rise together in a dance of renewal and reverence, a testament to the enduring spirit of life itself. The land awaited, its breath quickening as the night enveloped the world in a cloak of mystery and promise. The sky darkened suddenly, a curtain of heavy clouds rolling in to swallow the sun. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Africa, the air crackled with an unspoken tension. Children, playing in the dusty streets, paused, their laughter replaced by anxious whispers. Elders looked to the horizon, faces etched with worry, recalling tales of a great flood that once consumed their world. It was a story passed down through generations, its echoes resonating like distant thunder. Long ago, before the rivers carved their paths through the earth, and before the people built their homes, the land was said to be a paradise. The great river, mighty and untamed, flowed through the heart of Africa, nurturing life and binding the communities together. Crops flourished, animals thrived, and laughter filled the air. But with abundance came arrogance, and the villagers began to forget the old ways, the ancient warnings whispered by the winds. Then, one fateful day, a shudder rippled through the ground, a warning sign ignored by all. The dark clouds gathered above, swirling ominously. It wasn't long before the skies unleashed their fury. Rain fell, not in droplets, but in torrents that thrashed the earth like an angry beast. The river swelled, its banks bursting, a relentless tide sweeping towards the village. Panic gripped the hearts of the people as they realized the truth of their ancestors' words. The flood had come. The water rose quickly, swallowing homes, fields, and lives. Mothers clutched their children, voices raised above the roar of nature's wrath, calling out names, searching for loved ones lost in the chaos. The once vibrant landscape transformed into a watery grave. The villagers' screams blended with the thunder, a haunting symphony of despair that echoed through the ages. In the midst of this calamity, a lone figure stood at the edge of the flood, an elder known for his wisdom. His eyes, reflecting the storm, seemed to pierce through the chaos. "Remember the lessons of the past," he shouted, his voice rising above the chaos, though few could hear him now. "The river is a giver, but it can also take everything away." His warning fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the overwhelming force of nature. But not everyone succumbed to despair. A small group of villagers, led by a brave young woman named Amina, fought against the rising waters. With determination etched on her face, she rallied those who would listen, urging them to climb to higher ground. "We are the children of this land," she cried. "We will not be washed away." Yet even as she spoke, horror filled her heart. The flood was merciless and unyielding, tearing through their lives like a vengeful spirit. The days became a blur of survival and loss. As the waters receded, the village lay in ruins, forever changed. Survivors emerged from makeshift shelters, faces marked by grief and disbelief. The land that had once nourished them now bore the scars of destruction. Yet from the darkness, an ember of hope ignited. Inspired by Amina's bravery, the villagers banded together to rebuild, weaving the threads of their community tighter than ever. They honored their lost loved ones through ceremonies, honoring the spirits that had once dwelled among them. In the months that followed, stories of the flood spread beyond the village, becoming legends told by firelight and woven into the fabric of the region's culture. Every storyteller emphasized the lesson of humility, the balance between man and nature. "The river gives life, but it demands respect," they would say, their eyes wide as they recounted the horror and beauty of the event. Yet, as time passed, the tale began to morph, growing into something larger than life. Elders would nod knowingly, sharing how the flood had washed away the sins of humanity, how it had purged the land of its arrogance. Some claimed it was a divine punishment, a sign from the gods reminding the people of their place in the world. Others whispered of a mythical ark, an ancient vessel carrying a chosen few who escaped the deluge, destined to carry forth the legacy of their ancestors. In the evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, Amina would sit with the children, recounting the story of the flood. Her voice would rise and fall with the rhythm of her emotions, the firelight dancing in their wide eyes. "We survived," she would say, her heart swelling with pride and sorrow intertwined. "And from the depths of despair, we found strength. Never forget the power of the river or the strength that lies within us." Yet, lurking beneath the surface of these tales, a darker truth lingered. Unbeknownst to the villagers, the stories were not isolated to their village. Across Africa, in distant lands, other cultures spoke of a great flood, each narrative rich with emotion and history. The whispers of ancient peoples echoed through time, each recounting a tragedy that mirrored their own. The Great Flood became a shared thread, weaving a complex tapestry of human experience. As the sun set on the horizon, casting long shadows over the village, Amina felt a sense of connection, an unbreakable bond with those who had come before her. The lessons of the flood were not just warnings. They were a reminder of resilience, of the will to survive against overwhelming odds. Yet, the shadows grew darker, and a sense of unease crept into the hearts of the villagers. In their efforts to rebuild and honor the past, had they truly understood the river's power? Or were they destined to repeat history's mistakes? The winds began to whisper again, carrying with them a hint of foreboding. Amina's heart raced as she stared at the darkening sky, a familiar dread settling in her stomach. The river, once a symbol of life, now seemed to pulse with an ominous energy, as if it held secrets yet untold. Would the great flood return to remind them once more of their fragility? Or was there something deeper, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed? As the storm clouds gathered once again on the horizon, Amina clutched her children to her side, a shiver running down her spine. The air thickened with tension, and the distant rumble of thunder echoed the fears of ages past. The myth of the Great Flood was far from over, and the village stood on the precipice of another chapter in their story, one that would demand courage, unity, and perhaps a reckoning with the very forces they thought they understood. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the vast savanna, painting the land in hues of gold and crimson. This was no ordinary evening. The air buzzed with anticipation, a whisper of history carried on the warm breeze. In a circle of flickering fires, the Maasai people gathered, their bodies adorned in vibrant shuka, the rich reds and blues telling stories of their ancestors. Tonight, they would share tales of bravery and valor, stories that had shaped their identity, their very essence. The elder, his voice a low rumble filled with wisdom, began the recounting. He spoke of Enkipata, the rite of passage that turned young boys into warriors. Each boy, trembling with anticipation, faced the daunting challenge of lion hunting. The heart of a lion was a trophy of immense pride, a symbol of courage. As the boys listened, their eyes sparkled with dreams of glory. They imagined the rush of adrenaline, the roar of the mighty beast echoing in their ears as they charged forward, armed with only a spear and the fierce courage of their ancestors. Then came the legendary tale of Ngai, the creator god, who bestowed strength upon the Maasai. The people believed Ngai walked among them, and in every blade of grass, every whisper of the wind, one could feel his presence. The elder's voice softened as he recounted how it was said that in times of peril, Ngai sent down rain to revive their parched land and protect their herds. The Maasai's bond with nature was not just one of survival, it was a sacred relationship, rooted in love and respect. It was whispered that when a Maasai warrior fell in battle, the skies wept, for they lost a child of the earth. Fires crackled, and the air thickened with the scent of roasting meat. The younger ones leaned in closer, their hearts pounding with each heartbeat, echoing the stories of their forefathers. They heard of the great warrior, Lenkai, who single-handedly defended his village from rival tribes. It was said that Lenkai could summon the strength of 10 men, his voice a roaring thunder that echoed through the valleys. The tales painted vivid pictures in the minds of the listeners. Lenkai standing tall, his spear glinting under the moonlight, a lion by his side, ready to fight for his people. As the fire shifted, casting eerie shadows on the faces of the listeners, the elder's voice grew more intense. He spoke of the blood oaths, taken under the watchful eye of the stars. Brothers bound together by loyalty, their promises etched into the very fabric of the night. The tension in the air thickened as he recounted the betrayal of one such brother, who had sold his soul for power. The ensuing battle was fierce, the land soaked with the tears of ancestors, witnessing the loss of brotherhood. The haunting silence that followed was a testament to the pain of betrayal, a reminder that honor and loyalty are the true foundations of a warrior's spirit. In the midst of these tales, the elder paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle like dust on the dry earth. He reminded them of the sacred bond between the Maasai and their cattle, revered as a gift from Nyai. Each cow represented not just sustenance, but a connection to their heritage, a symbol of wealth and social standing. The stories of herders braving the wilds, facing down lions, and protecting their herds stirred the hearts of the young warriors. They envisioned themselves standing tall against the prowling beasts, their spirits soaring high like eagles in the sky. With hushed voices, he began to weave in the tale of the great drought that once struck their lands. The rivers ran dry, and the grass withered, leaving the Maasai in despair. Yet, in their darkest hour, they stood united, sharing what little they had, drawing strength from one another. It was a testament to their resilience and spirit, an unbreakable bond that not even the harshest of conditions could shatter. As the flames danced, the audience felt the heat of their ancestors' courage. It ignited a fire within them, filling them with pride and determination. As night enveloped the land, the elder spoke of the warriors who had fallen, their spirits forever watching over the living. With every name spoken, a ripple of emotion washed over the crowd. The stories of their sacrifices lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the cost of freedom. The Maasai knew that honor was not just in victory, but also in remembrance. Each name carried a legacy, a story waiting to be told, and in the flickering flames' glow, the spirits of the brave danced alongside them. The elder's voice trembled with the weight of history as he recounted the tale of the last great battle against the colonial forces. The Maasai, armed with determination and ancient weapons, faced an enemy that sought to erase their way of life. It was a brutal clash, filled with the clash of metal and the cries of the brave. The courage of the warriors was intoxicating, their spirits unyielding. They fought not just for land, but for their identity, their hearts full of the dreams of a free people. The fire crackled louder, mirroring the intensity of their struggle, as the listeners were swept away by the tides of emotion. Through the screams of war and the whispers of the past, the elder's voice became a beacon. He reminded them that the tales they shared were not just stories, but threads, weaving them into a vibrant tapestry of culture and pride. Each tale carried the weight of history, a legacy that echoed through generations. The night was alive, bursting with the energy of their ancestors, and the Maasai felt a profound connection to those who had come before them. As the fire began to dwindle, the elder's voice softened to a near whisper, yet it held a thunderous weight. He spoke of the future, the hope that lay in the hearts of the young warriors. They were the keepers of these stories, the torchbearers of their culture. The night was an invitation to remember, to fight, and to embrace their place in this world. The flames flickered, and the shadows danced, leaving a lingering promise that their legends would never fade, but continue to inspire. And just as the last embers glowed softly against the backdrop of the starry sky, a new tale began to stir on the horizon, waiting to be told. The cycle of the Maasai's heroism, their courage in the face of adversity, their bond with each other and the land, would forever echo through time. A new dawn awaited them, where the stories would blend with the future, and the spirit of the Maasai would rise anew. In the heat of a stifling afternoon, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting long shadows that danced upon the parched earth. The air thrummed with tension as whispers of a prophecy swept through the village. In a land burdened by tyranny and sorrow, hope flickered like a stubborn candle flame, and it all centered around one name, Sundiata Keita. Born to a royal lineage, yet shackled by early misfortune, Sundiata's journey would shape not just his fate, but the very destiny of the Mali Empire. A young boy, barely able to walk, sat alone in a dusty courtyard. His body was frail, twisted by a cruel twist of fate, and the laughter of his peers often echoed mockingly in his ears. Sundiata, son of the noble Maghan Khan Fata, lived in the shadow of his half-brother, the strong and boastful Dankaran Tuman. Though he had the heart of a lion, it often felt trapped in the cage of his disability. But fate is a fickle thing, and it had grand designs for him that would soon unfold. As he sat, deep in thought, a woman approached, his mother, Sogolon, a figure wrapped in layers of sorrow and strength. Her eyes, pools of resilience, bore the weight of her people's expectations. "The world has not forgotten you, my son," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm against the sharp edges of despair. "You are destined for greatness, even if the path is steep and thorny." These words, laden with love and prophecy, ignited a flicker of hope within Sundiata's heart. Days turned into years, and the village watched as Sundiata grew. He learned from the wise old griots, who wove tales of valor and honor, painting vivid pictures of the great kings who preceded him. Each story was a thread in the rich tapestry of Mali's history, filling his heart with dreams of a united kingdom. But the weight of his past pressed heavily upon him. His mother's whispers echoed in his mind, a reminder of the greatness that lay ahead. But the laughter of his peers still haunted him. Then, as if summoned by the very spirits of the land, the winds of change began to blow. The kingdom was crumbling under the iron fist of the sorcerer king, Suma Oro Kante. His armies marched forth, striking fear into the hearts of many. The land cried out for a savior, and Sundiata could feel the stirrings of his destiny, pulling him closer to the precipice of action. One fateful night, amidst the flickering glow of fireflies, Sundiata summoned all his courage. With determination coursing through his veins, he stood before his mother. "I will rise, mother. I will reclaim our honor." His voice, once timid, now rang with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Sogolon's eyes sparkled with pride, knowing that her son was awakening to his true self. With the guidance of the spirits, Sundiata began his arduous journey toward recovery. He practiced daily, pushing himself beyond the limits of pain and weakness. Each step taken was a triumph, a testament to his unyielding spirit. His mother, ever his anchor, stood by him, reminding him of the strength within. The villagers, too, began to take notice, their whispers transforming from mockery to admiration. As he trained, Sundiata's reputation grew, drawing the attention of loyal followers. Among them was the fierce warrior, Bala Faseke, who would become his right hand. Together, they plotted and strategized, gathering a mighty force that would stand against Sumaoro's tyranny. The air buzzed with excitement and anticipation as warriors from distant lands joined the cause, united under Sundiata's banner. The day of reckoning dawned, the sky a tumultuous canvas of gray. As Sundiata and his army approached the battlefield, the ground trembled beneath their feet. Fear mingled with determination, creating a cocktail of emotions that coursed through every warrior's heart. Sundiata stood at the helm, his heart pounding like a war drum. He could feel the weight of his people's hopes resting on his shoulders. As the clash of swords echoed in the air, Sundiata fought with the heart of a lion, each swing of his sword fueled by the memories of his childhood, of the laughter that once stung, and of the dreams that had kept him awake at night. He danced through the chaos, his body moving with an energy that belied his former frailty. The battlefield became a symphony of valor, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. But Sumaoro was no easy foe. His dark magic loomed like a storm cloud, casting shadows over the battlefield. With each passing moment, the odds seemed to tilt against Sundiata. Just as despair threatened to swallow him whole, he felt the presence of his ancestors, their spirits urging him onward. With a roar that pierced the heavens, Sundiata called upon every ounce of strength within him. In that moment, he was no longer just a boy overcoming physical limitations. He was a warrior, a king in the making, and the Lion King of Mali. He charged towards Sumaoro, fierce and unyielding, the embodiment of every hope and dream that had ever been nurtured in the hearts of his people. The air crackled with energy as their eyes locked, two titans of fate ready to clash. A hush fell over the battlefield, a collective breath held in anticipation. Then, with a mighty clash, their destinies collided. The ground shook, and a blinding light enveloped them, as if the very heavens had chosen sides. As the dust settled, the warriors of Mali held their breath, their hearts pounding with the weight of history. Sundiata, once a boy lost in shadows, now stood tall, the embodiment of strength and resilience. The Lion King had roared, and his roar echoed through the ages, a promise of unity, a promise of hope, rising from the ashes of despair. But just as victory seemed within his grasp, a chilling wind swept across the battlefield, hinting that the tale was far from over. The echoes of the past, the laughter of childhood, and the cries of warriors melded into a haunting melody, promising that the Lion King's journey, filled with trials and triumphs, was only beginning. In the cool shadows of a twilight village, the air buzzed with anticipation. A drumbeat thundered like a heartbeat, setting the rhythm for the night ahead. Flickering flames danced in rhythm to the sound, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist like the spirits of the ancestors. It was a time for masks, not mere fabric or wood, but gateways into an ancient world where the past mingled with the present. Each mask held a story, a spirit, a connection to the unseen. In the dim light, villagers gathered, their faces alight with a mixture of excitement and reverence. Children, eyes wide with wonder, clutched their parents' hands tightly, while elders, draped in vibrant cloth, whispered prayers into the night. The air thickened with the scent of earth and smoke, a sacred offering to the spirits who might soon join the living. Something monumental was about to unfold. As the first mask was unveiled, gasps rippled through the crowd. Carved from dark wood, it bore the likeness of a powerful lion, its eyes seeming to glow with an inner fire. This was no ordinary mask. It represented the spirit of courage and strength. As its wearer stepped forward, adorned in a robe of feathers and beads, the villagers felt an electric charge in the air. They knew that this was more than a performance. It was an invocation, a calling to their ancestors to witness and partake in the rituals of life. The dancers moved with a primal energy, their bodies fluid and fierce, embodying the essence of the spirits they channeled. Each step echoed a story, a history passed down through generations. The rhythm of the drums quickened, and the dancers whirled and leaped, mimicking the very forces of nature. Joy and sorrow intertwined as the crowd watched, each movement a vivid reminder of their shared heritage, their collective struggles and triumphs. The masks, each unique, told tales of gods, ancestors, and the elements, A mask of a wise elder appeared next, its features delicate and respectful. It spoke of guidance, wisdom, and the lessons learned through hardship. The dancer wore it with humility, moving gracefully, as if carrying the weight of ages on their shoulders. The villagers nodded knowingly, recalling their own elders who had shaped their lives, who had woven the fabric of their community. A sudden hush fell over the gathering as a mask representing a fierce warrior emerged. Its colors were bold and striking, and as the wearer took center stage, the air crackled with tension. This was a moment of reckoning, a reminder of battles fought and sacrifices made. The dancer's movements were sharp and aggressive, each thrust of the arm a declaration of strength, resilience, and defiance. In that moment, the villagers felt the surge of their ancestors' spirit within them, urging them to remember the fight for survival, the relentless pursuit of honor. But the energy shifted as a mask of tranquility appeared, a serene face adorned with intricate patterns. It represented peace, balance, and the harmony of nature. The dancer moved slowly, almost hesitantly, as if afraid to disrupt the sacred calm. Soft whispers filled the air, reminding all present of the importance of serenity amidst chaos. The crowd collectively inhaled, realizing that life was a delicate dance between joy and sorrow, chaos and peace. As the night wore on, the masks transformed the landscape of the village into a living tapestry of emotions and stories. Laughter mingled with tears, and every face in the crowd reflected a piece of the narrative unfolding before them. Children, entranced, watched as the dancers transformed their bodies into vessels of meaning, each mask casting its spell on young minds eager to learn, to absorb the wisdom of their ancestors. Suddenly, the mood shifted once more. A mask emerged that mirrored the face of a trickster, a figure of mischief and cunning. The crowd erupted into laughter and cheers, the energy electric as the dancer pranced around, mimicking absurdities that struck at the core of human nature. In that moment, everyone understood that life wasn't just about the serious battles. It was about embracing joy, laughing at misfortune, and celebrating the unpredictable nature of existence. As the fire blazed brighter, the night sky adorned with shimmering stars, the villagers danced as one, united by the masks that had transcended time and space. Each mask was a reminder of the many facets of life, the struggles and celebrations that defined their journey. The masks were not merely objects. They were living histories, breathing with the essence of those who had come before and those who would come after. The final mask of the night was a striking visage of the earth itself, adorned with hues of green and brown, symbolizing fertility and the cycle of life. The dancer, cloaked in flowing fabrics, moved gracefully, embodying the nurturing spirit of the land. The villagers felt a wave of gratitude as they recognized their connection to the earth, the sustenance it provided, and the responsibility they held to honor it. They began to chant, voices rising as one, a prayer to the land that had given them life. As the last notes of the drum faded into the soft rustle of the night, the villagers stood in a silent circle, hearts pounding with the intensity of the experience they had just shared. They understood now more than ever that these masks embodied their very essence, a bridge to their past and a beacon for their future. The fire crackled gently, and the night whispered secrets of generations, echoing the importance of continuity, memory, and ritual. In that moment, they knew that this was not the end. It was merely a pause. As the embers glowed warmly against the backdrop of the dark sky, the villagers felt the pulse of their history resonate within them. The masks had not only told their stories, but had woven them together into a living narrative, one that would carry forward into the next gathering, the next dance, the next breath of life. And as the stars twinkled above, it became clear that the dance of masks and rituals would forever remain a thread in the fabric of their existence, binding them to one another and to the spirits that watched over them. With a flick of his wrist, the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that danced and flickered like the spirits of old. It was in these twilight hours that stories began to swirl like the dust in the air, stories of tricksters, those cunning figures who brought laughter and lessons, chaos and change. In various African cultures, they were not mere characters. They were the heartbeat of tradition, the embodiment of wisdom wrapped in mischief. In the rich tapestry of African folklore, one figure stands out like a beacon, Anansi, the spider. Originating from the Ashanti people of Ghana, Anansi was no ordinary creature. He was a clever trickster who spun tales as easily as he spun his web. Anansi's stories often interwove the importance of wit and intelligence, reminding listeners that sometimes the smallest and seemingly weakest among us could outsmart even the mightiest. When Anansi wanted a feast, he would trick the animals of the forest, inviting them to gather, and then, with a sly grin, turn the table on them. His antics were not merely for amusement. They held lessons that resonated through generations, warning against greed and pride. Beyond the borders of Ghana, tricksters took on various forms. In Nigeria, the tortoise, known as Ijapa, swaggered into the spotlight. Though he walked slowly, his mind raced at lightning speed. Ijapa's tales often unfolded like a winding river, filled with twists and turns that left listeners breathless. One tale spoke of how Ijapa tricked the birds into believing he could fly. With feathers borrowed from his feathered friends, he took to the skies, only to fall back to earth in spectacular fashion. The laughter that erupted was both joyous and vengeful, a reminder that pride comes before a fall. In the end, Ijapa taught that one must always be cautious of overestimating their abilities, for the ground is often closer than it appears. The Zulu people of South Africa had their own trickster, the clever and ever-elusive hare, known as Thulani, or the Cunning One. Thulani was a master of manipulation, using his ingenuity to navigate the challenges presented by larger animals. In one gripping tale, Thulani found himself cornered by a lion, the king of beasts. Using his quick wit, he convinced the lion that he too was a great king of the forest, deserving of respect and fear. The lion, intrigued but skeptical, allowed Thulani to escape, teaching listeners that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in brute force, but in the cleverness of the mind. As night fell again, the stories wove their way through the villages, echoing in the laughter of children, the nods of elders, and the whispers of the wind. The tricksters were more than just characters. They were symbols of resilience against oppression, of cunning in the face of adversity. They taught their communities to think critically, to question authority, and to find joy in the chaotic dance of life. Meanwhile, in the lands of the San people of southern Africa, the figure of the trickster took on a different form. Here, the clever jackal roamed the vast landscapes. In one poignant story, the jackal faced a formidable lion, a true predator of the plains. With a mixture of cunning and charm, the jackal devised a plan to distract the lion while he snatched a meal. This tale, filled with tension and suspense, revealed the delicate balance between survival and deception. It was a dance on the knife's edge, a reminder that sometimes outsmarting the enemy was the only option. In the highlands of Ethiopia, the stories of the clever little fox, known as the Cunning One, came to life. This fox was not just a trickster. He represented the spirit of the people, embodying their struggles and triumphs. He used his wits to navigate the complexities of life in a harsh landscape, often at odds with larger, more powerful foes. The fox's escapades were filled with moments of tension, where the stakes felt impossibly high, yet his quick thinking always saved the day. These tales became a source of hope and inspiration, a reminder that cleverness could outmaneuver brute strength. In the vibrant landscapes of East Africa, the stories of the wise and mischievous monkey, Kihonda, captured the hearts of many. Kihonda was a figure of joy and chaos, often stirring up trouble among the villagers. His pranks ranged from stealing crops to playing tricks on unsuspecting travelers. But every trick had a lesson behind it. Kihonda taught the importance of community, of sharing, and the dangers of jealousy and greed. With every laugh that erupted from the audience, the bond between them grew stronger, creating a shared understanding that life was a delicate balance of joy and responsibility. As the stars twinkled like diamonds in the vast sky, the stories continued to evolve. Across the continent, each culture added their own flavor, enriching the myths with local color and wisdom. The tricksters became the voice of the people, reflecting their dreams, fears, and aspirations. Mothers told their children about these figures, weaving a legacy that would never fade. And so, the flickering flames of the fire crackled, casting shadows that whispered secrets of wit and wisdom. The night was alive with laughter and tension, with stories that danced on the tongues of the listeners, binding them together in a tapestry of shared experience. In every corner of the continent, the trickster's spirit thrived, reminding all who listened that life was a game, a puzzle filled with twists and turns. The stories would continue to echo through the ages, flowing like the rivers, alive and vibrant, always ready to leap into action, just like the tricksters who inspired them. In the depths of night, the laughter lingered, leaving behind a palpable sense of anticipation for what was to come next in the ever-unfolding saga of life. A rustle in the underbrush, the unmistakable sound of scales sliding against damp earth, sent a shiver down the spine of anyone who dared to tread too closely to the ancient riverbanks. In the shadows, a serpent lay coiled, a creature of both beauty and terror, its emerald scales glistening under the dappled sunlight that pierced through the leaves. To the villagers nearby, this was not merely a reptile. It was a manifestation of ancient wisdom, a keeper of secrets, and a harbinger of fate itself. Throughout the vast expanses of Africa, serpents have woven themselves into the very fabric of life and lore. From the rolling hills of the Masai Mara to the sun-baked sands of the Sahara, tales of serpents echo through the air, passed from one generation to the next, each story dripping with meaning and emotion. The serpent, in its many forms, holds a duality that captivates and terrifies, embodying both destruction and creation, death and rebirth. In the rich tapestry of African mythology, the serpent is often seen as a symbol of power. Legends tell of the great Nyame, the sky god, who transformed into a serpent to create rivers and mountains, etching the earth with his divine might. The very soil and life it nurtures owe their existence to its sinuous form, gliding through the cosmos. Yet, this power is not always benevolent. In the tales from the Congo, the python slithers through the jungle, watching, waiting. It's said that when the python appears, It can bring both fortune and catastrophe. The villagers tell the story of how a farmer once encountered the great python while tilling his land, only to find his crops thriving after their encounter. But another tale warns of a young girl who, tempted by the snake's shimmering scales, followed it into the depths of the forest, never to be seen again. Among the Yoruba people of Nigeria, the serpent is revered as a guardian of the underworld, a bridge between the living and the spirits. Here, the serpent is often depicted as a wise being, helping the brave and the pure-hearted, while unleashing fury upon those who dare to betray trust. A legendary figure stands out, Olokun, the god of the sea, who takes the form of a great serpent to protect his domain. Villagers whisper tales of sailors who encountered Olokun during storms, their fate hanging in the balance. Those who honored the sea were spared, while those who sought to plunder met a dark end, swallowed by the waves and the endless depths beneath. The tension between reverence and fear creates a heady atmosphere around the serpent in African tales. In the rich oral traditions, the serpent represents not just the fears lurking in the dark corners of the world, but also the fears buried deep within the human heart. In a remote village, a young boy named Kofi once found himself lost in the twisted branches of a mangrove forest. As dusk fell, he stumbled upon an ancient shrine, overgrown yet vibrant. There, a serpent appeared, its eyes shimmering like twin stars in the night. It spoke, its voice a hypnotic melody, warning Kofi of the dangers that lay ahead if he did not heed the wisdom of his ancestors. The boy's heart raced, torn between belief and skepticism, as the serpent's presence wrapped around him like a cool embrace, promising knowledge yet laced with an undercurrent of dread. The spiritual significance of serpents resonates deeply with the people, symbolizing transformation and healing. In the stories of the San people of southern Africa, the rainbow serpent emerges after the rains, bringing life to parched land. It is said that when the rainbow serpent dances across the sky, it carries the souls of ancestors, blessing those who remain with renewed energy and hope. The villagers would watch in awe as the colors unfurled, believing that the serpent's presence was a promise of life, yet aware that with it came the risk of drought if the balance was disrupted. The serpent's capacity for metamorphosis casts a long shadow in the lore. In many tales, the serpent sheds its skin, a powerful symbol of rebirth. The Ashanti people recount the story of a great king who, after a near-fatal encounter with a venomous snake, emerged transformed, his leadership renewed with wisdom and strength. The very act of shedding skin mirrors the cycles of life and death, onward to new beginnings, echoing the eternal nature of the world. Yet, the serpent also embodies chaos. In the folk tales from the Zulu nation, a cunning trickster serpent wreaks havoc, causing rifts in families and communities. This serpent, known for its ability to speak and deceive, becomes a personification of conflict and strife. A young girl named Thandiwe once caught a glimpse of this serpent as it slithered through her village, whispering lies that tore apart bonds of trust. The villagers soon found themselves in turmoil, the serpent's laughter echoing in the night. When Thandiwe rallied her friends to confront the serpent, it vanished into the shadows, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. As stories unfold, the complexity of the serpent is further revealed. In the myths of the Dogon people, it is not just a creature of the earth, but also a celestial being. The Nomo, serpent-like beings, are said to have descended from the heavens, teaching humanity the arts of agriculture and community. The duality of the serpent becomes a mirror for human experience, representing the struggle between chaos and order, wisdom and ignorance. With every tale woven into the rich tapestry of African mythology, the serpent remains a central figure, binding the past with the present. Its presence lingers like a sweet but haunting melody, echoing through the hearts of those who hear its tale. The wind carries whispers of its wisdom, urging the curious to seek out the truth hidden in the shadows, to confront their fears and embrace the endless dance of life and death, creation and destruction. And as night falls, the villagers lean closer, eyes wide with anticipation, awaiting the next story, the next encounter with the serpent. The air is thick with suspense, as if the very ground beneath their feet thrums with the energy of an ancient promise. What other secrets lie hidden? What wisdom waits to be unearthed? In the flickering firelight of an ancient village, shadows dance across the faces of eager listeners, each person cloaked in anticipation. The air is thick with stories waiting to be told, bursting with life, love, and lessons. As the elder begins to speak, the quiet crackle of burning wood fades into the background, making way for a voice that weaves together the fabric of generations. This is where the whispers of women echo, their strength and wisdom forming the backbone of folklore that has survived the sands of time. From the rolling hills of Ethiopia to the sprawling savannas of South Africa, women have been the unsung heroines of myths that shape the cultural landscape. They are not merely characters in tales. They are the architects of community, the guardians of tradition. In the legends spun around campfires, women embody resilience. Their stories rich with emotion and meaning. Their laughter rings through the trees, a melody that lingers in the hearts of those who listen closely. Take, for instance, the tale of the great trickster spider, Anansi, from the Ashanti people. While Anansi is often the star of the show, it is the women, his wives and daughters, who provide the wisdom that anchors his mischief. When Anansi finds himself in the web of his own deceit, it is his wife who reminds him of the importance of honesty. Her voice, soft yet firm, resonates with the strength of 1,000 ancestors, guiding him back to the right path. In these stories, women are the moral compass, their virtues illuminated like stars in the night sky. In the northern regions of Africa, the powerful figure of Mami Wata emerges from the depths of rivers and oceans. A goddess of water and fertility, she is both revered and feared, embodying the dual nature of femininity. Mami Wata is depicted as a beautiful woman with the tail of a fish, enchanting men and women alike with her charm and mystery. However, it is the stories of her vengeance that send shivers down spines, reminding all that to cross her is to invite calamity. Through her, women are depicted as both nurturing and fierce, capable of bringing life and also of invoking fear, demonstrating the complexity of their roles in society. In the heart of the Bantu communities, the figure of the Earth Mother, known as Moko, serves as a powerful symbol of fertility and nurturing. She is the embodiment of nature, the one who brings forth crops and sustains life. Folklore teaches that when Moko is respected, the land flourishes. When neglected, famine strikes. Women, as keepers of agriculture and custodians of the earth, are intertwined with Moko's destiny, their labor and care, bringing sustenance to families and communities. Through this connection, women are celebrated as vital contributors to the cycle of life, ensuring that the stories of their ancestors continue through the generations. As night falls and the stories continue, the tale of the brave woman, Sundiata Keita, emerges, In the Mali Empire, Sundiata's mother, Sogolon, is often overlooked in the grand narrative of her son's rise to power. Yet, her tale is one of strength against adversity. She faces ridicule and challenges with unwavering resolve, ultimately becoming the catalyst for her son's success. The folklore surrounding her is a testament to the powerful role women play in shaping the destinies of those around them. Sogolon's story inspires countless women to stand firm against obstacles, reminding them that their influence stretches beyond the confines of their homes. In the rich tapestry of African folklore, women are also the keepers of spiritual wisdom and ancestral knowledge. They are the shamans, the healers, and the wise elders whose teachings are passed down through generations. The stories of these women inspire awe as they blend the spiritual with the earthly. Their connection to the ancestors is often portrayed in vivid imagery, where the spirits of women, long gone, guide the living through dreams and visions, ensuring that the past is never forgotten. The rituals they perform and the chants they sing resonate deeply within the community, weaving a web of connection that binds the people to their heritage. As the evening stretches on, the atmosphere thickens with stories of bravery and sacrifice. In many traditions, women are the ones who bear the weight of their families' legacies. When war looms on the horizon, it is often the women who gather the children and hold the fort, keeping hope alive in the darkest of times. The tales of these warriors and nurturers blend seamlessly, each story bleeding into the next, creating an unbreakable bond between the roles they play. There is a profound beauty in their ability to balance strength and compassion, a delicate dance that captivates the hearts of all who hear. In the far reaches of the Sahara, the women of the Tuareg tribe sing songs of freedom and resilience, their voices carrying over the dunes. They are the warriors of the desert, fierce and unyielding, yet every note they sing tells a story of love and longing. These songs echo the struggles of their ancestors, a reminder that the spirit of women has always been intertwined with the quest for survival. The folklore of these women encapsulates their journey, a journey that is both personal and collective, filled with the laughter and tears of those who came before. As the fire dims and the stories come to a close, the listeners are left with a sense of wonder. The tales of women in African folklore are not simply stories. They are life lessons, infused with emotions that resonate deeply within the fabric of society. They teach of strength, compassion, bravery, and the power of community. With every word spoken, a legacy of wisdom is passed down, ensuring that the roles of women in these narratives remain powerful and profound. The night is still, but the stories linger in the air, waiting to unfurl once again. In a world that often overlooks the contributions of women, these tales serve as a reminder that their strength is woven into the very essence of life itself. And just beyond the horizon, new stories are being born, stories that will add to the rich tapestry of African folklore, beckoning to be told, waiting for the warmth of a fire to bring them to life once more. Under the light of a silvery moon, the waves danced upon the shore, whispering secrets only the night could know. As the tide rolled in, a haunting melody floated through the air, captivating all who dared to listen. It was the song of mermaids, ethereal beings known to lure sailors to their doom with their enchanting voices. Legends spoke of fishermen vanishing into the depths, their boats left drifting, while the shimmering figures beckoned with grace and beauty. For centuries, these captivating creatures sparkled in the minds of seafarers and villagers alike. Ancient Greeks believed in the sirens, who were said to sing sweetly from rocky cliffs, enticing sailors with the promise of love and warmth, only to lead them to their watery graves. The Assyrians had their own version, called the Fish Woman, a goddess who held dominion over the waters. From the chilling tales of the Nordic sagas to the tender stories of the Pacific Islanders, the image of the mermaid has, for ages, been woven into the fabric of human imagination. But mermaids were not the only mythical beings swimming through the depths of folklore. In the shadows of the forests and deserts, other creatures roamed, every bit as mysterious and spine-tingling. Hyenas, often associated with death and darkness, straddled the line between the real and the mythical. Tales whispered that they could speak the language of the dead, carrying secrets from the underworld. In some African cultures, they were seen as tricksters, while others regarded them as powerful omens. Their eerie laughter echoed through the savannah, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it, a reminder that nature harbored more than simple beasts. Throughout history, the hyena's image morphed into various forms. In ancient Egypt, these creatures were linked to the goddess of the underworld, depicted in the company of Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the dead. As the sun set and shadows grew long, the Egyptians would leave offerings to appease the spirits, fearing the cunning hyena might steal them away. The hyena's laughter, once a mere sound of survival, twisted into a symbol of the unknown, the dark corners of existence that humanity dared not explore. In the lush jungles of Southeast Asia, stories of the Aswang took flight. This creature, half human and half ghoul, spread terror in the night. Said to be a shapeshifter, it prowled in search of unwitting victims. The Aswang could become a beautiful woman by day, lulling men into her embrace, only to transform into a fearsome beast under the cover of darkness. As the villagers gathered around flickering fires, their eyes wide with fear, they shared stories of narrow escapes and chilling encounters with this shape-shifting monster, their hearts racing with every whispered word. The whispers and warnings passed from one generation to another, each tale evolving, each description growing more vivid. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the fears of the past became alive in the minds of those who listened. It was in these shared moments that the line between reality and fantasy blurred, and the mythical became a part of the everyday. Beyond the shores and forests, legends of dragons soared through the skies of ancient China, revered as symbols of power and strength. They were said to control the waters, bringing rain to parched lands and prosperity to the people. Yet, lurking beneath their majestic scales was a ferocity that could incinerate entire cities. Dreams of encountering a dragon sent shivers through the bravest of souls, yet the very thought of their existence ignited a fire of aspiration and courage. People painted them on walls, carved them into stone, and prayed for their blessings as they etched stories of their might into history. Meanwhile, in the folklore of the British Isles, the banshee cried for the souls of the fallen. Her wails echoed through the misty hills, a sound that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. To see a banshee meant death would soon follow, and her sorrowful lament became a haunting reminder of mortality. The tales told by the flickering candlelight felt like a cool breeze across the skin, a shudder of anticipation and dread. Was she a harbinger of doom, or a mournful spirit protecting the fragile thread of life? As the shadows lengthened and the night deepened, the narrative spun and twisted like the roots of ancient trees. Each mythological creature wove itself deeper into the tapestry of culture, their stories breathing life into the imaginations of every listener. The sound of waves crashing, the rustling of leaves, and the distant cry of a banshee all blended together into a symphony of fears and hopes, love and loss. In this world, where the mythical danced playfully alongside reality, one could not help but wonder, what if these creatures lingered just beyond the edge of existence, watching, waiting? What if they were merely cloaked in the fabric of our dreams, waiting for an opportunity to step into the light? The air thickened with suspense, and a tingling sensation shot through those who dared to think it. Every rustle in the bushes, every flicker of shadow, felt charged with potential. With each heartbeat, the connection to these creatures deepened, forging a bond that tied humanity to its dreams and fears. The mermaids sang softly, lulling the weary into a trance, while the hyenas laughed, reminding them of the darkness that lay hidden in the corners of their minds. Each tale carried the weight of history, each creature a reflection of the human spirit, our hopes, our nightmares, the very essence of what it means to be alive. Suddenly, the sound of a distant howl pierced the night, sending chills cascading down spines. The hyenas seemed to be calling, echoing through the darkness, drawing the curious closer. Was it merely the wind, or something more? A shudder of excitement raced through the hearts of those who dared to listen, hearts pounding like drums, urging them to step into the unknown. The tension hung thick in the air, an electric charge of possibility that promised more than just stories, promising the thrill of the unexplainable. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over ripening fields, the air thickened with a palpable energy. It was a time when communities would gather, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves and the promise of abundance. The harvest was more than just a season. It was a celebration of life itself, a riot of colors and emotions that stirred something deep within the soul. With each ear of corn or cluster of grapes gathered, the spirits of ancestors seemed to dance on the wind, reminding all of the sacred bond between the earth and its people. In ancient Greece, the festival of Demeter thrummed with excitement, a vibrant homage to the goddess of the harvest. The fields were adorned with sheaves of wheat and vibrant flowers, while the scent of honey and wine filled the air. The people, clad in white robes, moved in rhythmic unison, chanting prayers to the goddess, their voices rising like a flock of birds taking flight. Here, the harvest was not just about gathering food. It was an invocation of gratitude, a way to honor the cycles of life and death, the ebb and flow of nature. Across the vast plains of the Americas, Native American tribes held their own rituals, rich in meaning and history. The Cherokee, for example, celebrated the Green Corn Festival, a time to give thanks for the maize that sustained them. Families would gather, their faces painted with symbols that told stories of their ancestors. As fires crackled and the aroma of roasted corn wafted through the air, songs filled the night, linking generations past with those yet to come. Children laughed and played, their innocence a reminder of hope, while the elders shared tales of creation, weaving a tapestry of culture and connection. In the heart of Africa, the Maasai people celebrated the end of the harvest season with ceremonies that echoed the rhythms of the earth. They sang songs that described the journey of the sun, each note a heartfelt tribute to the land that provided. The men would jump high into the air, their powerful bodies defying gravity, symbolizing strength and unity. The women, adorned in colorful beadwork, danced gracefully, their movements telling stories of love and community. Under the vast African sky, the stars seemed to twinkle in approval, a celestial audience for the vibrant display of gratitude and joy. Across the ocean in England, the ancient practice of harvest home unfolded each autumn, a time when villagers decorated their homes with the last sheaves of grain. As the sun set, the community would gather for a feast, the tables laden with pies, breads, and meats, a testament to the hard work of the season. The highlight of the evening was the ritual of carrying the last sheaf of corn into the village, a symbol of prosperity. A cheer would erupt as the sheaf was paraded, followed by songs that echoed through the fields and into the hearts of everyone present. In Japan, the rice harvest festival, called Niinamesai, was a sacred offering to the rice gods, a deeply spiritual time. Families would dress in traditional garments, their hands carrying freshly harvested rice to the shrine. The air was filled with the sweet scent of sake, a drink made from rice, as prayers were offered for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. The act of sharing the rice was a profound expression of gratitude, a reminder that every grain contained the life force of the land. In ancient Egypt, the celebration of the harvest was tied to the annual flooding of the Nile, a miraculous event that brought life to the parched earth. As the waters receded, the fields would burst into bloom, prompting vibrant festivities in honor of Osiris, the god of agriculture. People would gather at the riverbanks, their hearts racing with anticipation. They would weave together flowers and fruits, creating offerings to cast into the waters, believing that the river's flow carried their hopes and dreams to the gods above. The myths surrounding the harvest were as rich as the bounty it brought. Tales of gods and goddesses who walked among mortals, blessing the fields, were woven into the fabric of these celebrations. In ancient Rome, Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, was revered with grand feasts and games. Her story spoke of loss and rebirth, of her daughter Proserpina, who spent half the year in the underworld. The cycle of seasons was a reminder that life and death are intertwined, each harvest a poignant reminder of the fragility and beauty of existence. As dusk fell and the moon rose, clans in the Celtic lands gathered for Samhain, a festival that marked the end of the harvest and the beginning of winter. Bonfires blazed, illuminating the night as spirits were believed to roam freely. The air crackled with excitement and fear, stories of the past mingling with hopes for the future. It was a night to honor those who had passed, a night when the veil between worlds thinned and the whispers of ancestors could be felt in the chill of the breeze. In Brazil, the Festival of the Harvest, or Festa da Colheita, was a vibrant celebration that brought communities together. Colorful parades filled the streets, dancers adorned in sequins and feathers moved with an infectious energy, celebrating not just the food, but the very essence of life itself. The rich sounds of samba intertwined with the laughter of children, echoing a promise of unity and joy. It was a reminder that the harvest was a communal effort, a shared responsibility that bound everyone together. In each corner of the world, the rituals surrounding the harvest were more than mere traditions. They were lifelines that connected generations, weaving the past with the present. The tears of joy, the songs of gratitude, the laughter that resonated through the air, all encapsulated the essence of humanity's relationship with the earth. As the last rays of sunlight faded, communities would gather one last time to reflect on the season's blessings, their hearts swelling with hope for the future, aware that the cycle would begin anew, a dance as old as time. In the cool twilight of an ancient village, a flickering fire cast dancing shadows on the faces of the gathered elders. Their stories were woven with wisdom and sorrow, tales that echoed through the leaves of the baobab trees, whispering secrets of life beyond the grave. The air was thick with anticipation as the elders spoke of the unseen realms, places where spirits danced and ancestors watched over the living. The fire crackled, and the night listened. It was a moment that hinted at mysteries too profound to grasp fully. In Africa, beliefs about the afterlife are as diverse as the continent itself, each community holding its own thread in a rich tapestry. From the sun-drenched fields of West Africa to the misty mountains of East Africa, people have crafted intricate narratives about what lies beyond. These beliefs shape lives, guiding the way families mourn, celebrate, and honor those who have passed. In the Akan culture of Ghana, for instance, the afterlife is a continuation of existence. The spirits of ancestors are revered, becoming guardians of the living. It is said that when a person dies, they journey to a realm where they must account for their actions. The soul is weighed, balancing the good and the bad, as it prepares for eternal rest or rebirth. The thought of being judged stirs a cold shiver in the hearts of many. It raises questions that linger long after the fires have died down. The Igbo of Nigeria share a strikingly similar sentiment. They believe in a world beyond, where the spirits reside in a place they call the land of the ancestors. Here, the dead are not forgotten. They are actively involved in the lives of their descendants. Feasts are held in their honor, with plates of food left at grave sites, a warm invitation for the spirits to enjoy the flavors of life once more. How deeply poignant it is to think that love transcends death, that meals can be shared across the veil. Yet, not all paths lead to peace. Among the Kikuyu in Kenya, a darker reality emerges. They believe that those who have lived wicked lives face dire consequences. The afterlife here is divided, with a place for the righteous in the heavens, where they bask in eternal light, and a chilling abyss for those engulfed in darkness. The fear of hell, a concept that makes the coldest night seem warm by comparison, grips the hearts of many. It stands as a stark reminder that every choice matters, every action counts, and the weight of one's life choices can follow them into eternity. In the deserts of North Africa, the Berber people carry a different story. They blend Islamic teachings with their ancient beliefs, creating a unique perspective on the afterlife. Here, the notion of heaven and hell is infused with the idea of paradise, a lush garden where souls find peace, surrounded by rivers of milk and honey. The thought of such bliss contrasts sharply with the vision of hell, a fiery abyss reserved for those who stray from the path of righteousness. What a haunting juxtaposition, invoking both hope and dread in the hearts of believers. As the tales unfurled around the fire, the elders spoke of the significance of rituals. In many African communities, the afterlife is intimately tied to the practices that honor the dead. Funerals are grand affairs, where music and dance fill the air, celebrating the life of the departed while preparing them for their journey. Grief and joy intertwine in a delicate balance, as loved ones send their spirits off with a chorus of remembrance. The living are reminded that death is not an end, but rather a transformation, a passage into a new existence. The emotions ran high as the elders recounted the story of a young warrior who had met an untimely fate. His family mourned not only for his loss, but also for the fear that he might not find peace in the afterlife. They engaged in elaborate rituals, calling upon the ancestors for guidance, hoping to ensure that his spirit would be welcomed into the land of the ancestors. The village came together, united in their grief, their songs echoing into the night, weaving a patchwork of sorrow and hope. Amidst the shadows, The whispers of the past seemed to rise and fall like the tide. The dead were never truly gone. They lingered in the laughter of children, in the rustle of leaves, in the memories of those who loved them. The belief in the afterlife created a thread that bound generations together, a continuous circle of life and death, where one could never truly escape the influence of the other. The rhythmic cadence of the elders' voices held the villagers in rapt attention, their hearts beating in sync with the tales spun around the fire. Each story unveiled the layers of human experience, intertwining joy, sorrow, fear, and love. The night sky, painted with stars, became a canvas for dreams, a reminder that the afterlife is not just a destination, but a legacy. As the embers glowed and the fire began to wane, the conversation shifted toward the fate of the unrepentant souls. Horror stories emerged about those who had wronged others in life, their spirits lost, wandering in a state of despair. The tales were vivid, painting unsettling images of shadows that roamed the earth, searching for redemption, but finding none. These stories weren't mere cautionary tales. They were warnings, carving into the hearts of listeners a sense of urgency to live rightly, to embrace their humanity fully. Questions hung thick in the air like smoke. What happens when one is not ready to meet their ancestors? What if the path to the afterlife is obscured by a life poorly lived? The darkness of those thoughts drew shivers down spines, urging the villagers to reflect on their own lives and the legacies they wanted to leave behind. And in the hushed moments that followed, a single thought emerged. The afterlife was not just a distant place, but a reflection of the lives that were led, the choices made, the love given, and the wrongs that needed righting. As dawn approached, painting the horizon with shades of hope, the elders' tales became a roadmap, guiding the living to navigate the complexities of existence, forever intertwined with the realm of the afterlife. With each passing moment, the anticipation grew heavier, wrapping around the villagers like a warm blanket, igniting their desire to know more. The stories of heaven and hell, of judgment and mercy, of loss and remembrance hung in the air, begging to be explored further. The fire may have flickered, but the conversations were just beginning, the threads of belief weaving a new tapestry that transcended time and space, leading into the next chapter of their shared journey. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the African savanna. The air was thick with stories, whispers of ancient times carried on the wind. In this land, every rustle in the grass and every call of the wild echoed with the voices of ancestors who once roamed. Animals were more than mere creatures. They were messengers, guides, and symbols of profound truths. Each beast and bird held a place in the rich tapestry of mythology, woven intricately through the lives of the people who revered them. In the shadow of a towering baobab tree, a young boy named Kofi listened intently to his grandmother's tales. Her voice flowed like the river, weaving stories that danced on the edge of reality and imagination. She spoke of the lion, not just as the king of the jungle, but as a powerful spirit of courage, loyalty, and strength. To the people, the lion represented the heart of the warrior, a reminder that bravery was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Kofi's eyes sparkled with wonder as he pictured the majestic creature roaming the plains, a guardian of the people's dreams. As the sun sank further, the night emerged, cloaking the world in darkness. The stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and the crickets sang their night songs. Grandmother's stories shifted, her voice lowering as she spoke of the cunning fox. "Ah, but listen closely, my child. "The fox is wisdom wrapped in mischief," she whispered, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. In tales of old, it was the fox who outsmarted the hunter, teaching us that brains often win over brawn. Kofi chuckled, imagining the sly creature darting through the underbrush, playing tricks that made the toughest men blush with embarrassment. But not all tales were light. There were shadows cast by the great crocodile, lurking in the murky waters. This creature, revered and feared, held the weight of ancient wisdom, a symbol of transformation and adaptability. Kofi shivered as his grandmother recounted the legend of the crocodile who taught the people the importance of patience and timing. "When the river floods, the crocodile waits," she said. "It teaches us that sometimes we must be still to seize the moment." The boy felt the chill of the night air, shivering not just from the cold, but from the power held within those words. In the distance, a hyena's cackle echoed through the plains, a sound that ignited both laughter and fear. "Laughter can be a mask," grandmother explained, her tone shifting. "The hyena shows us that beneath the surface, life can be complex. It reminds us not to judge too quickly." Kofi felt a pang of empathy for the misunderstood creature. He could see it now, the hyena dancing in the shadows, always an outsider, yet always part of the circle. As the fire crackled, sparks flying into the night like tiny shooting stars, the stories grew darker and more intense. Grandmother spoke of the elephant, the gentle giant revered for its wisdom and memory. In many stories, the elephant carried the weight of the world on its shoulders. It was said that when the last elephant falls, so too would the last thread of history unravel. Kofi's heart raced at the thought. He understood now that animals were not just figures of folklore, but the very essence of the Earth's narrative. The tales grew wilder, with the tales of the great serpent, Nganga, slithering through the stories of creation. "Nganga was there at the beginning," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It taught the first people the sacred balance of life." A shiver ran down Kofi's spine as he imagined the massive serpent coiling through the cosmos, a symbol of regeneration and the cyclical nature of existence. It was a reminder that life and death were intertwined, each nurturing the other in a delicate dance. Kofi's heart raced as grandmother shifted to a more hopeful tale, the vibrant, colorful birds that filled the skies. They were messengers of joy and beauty. She spoke of the sacred ibis, a symbol of knowledge and balance, which taught the people that wisdom must be shared. The boy could almost hear the fluttering of wings and the sweet songs of the birds weaving through the air, calling him to remember that knowledge was a gift and should never be kept hidden. As the fire burned low, the night deepened, holding its breath in anticipation. The stories lingered in the air, like the smoke curling upward. Kofi felt a profound connection to the world around him, understanding that the animals were part of a larger narrative, his narrative. Each creature embodied lessons, warnings, and hopes, the very fabric of existence itself. Grandmother's eyes twinkled like the stars above as she leaned closer. "Remember, my child, animals are not just symbols. They are alive, breathing beings that walk beside us, teaching us how to live, love, and respect this land." Kofi's heart swelled with pride and sorrow, knowing that in every legend there was truth, and in every truth there was a responsibility to honor these creatures. Just then, the wind picked up, stirring the grass like an ancient song. Kofi felt a pull, a beckoning from the night beyond the firelight. He stared into the darkness, imagining the animals roaming freely, unconfined by the stories that shaped their essence. His imagination ran wild, filled with visions of what lay beyond the flickering flames, the great migrations of wildebeests, the graceful leaps of gazelles, the silent prowls of leopards, all bound by the same fate that connected them to the earth. And as Kofi's heart raced, he realized these stories were not just tales to be told. They were a lifeline, a bridge to the past that held the promise of the future. The animals were the keepers of wisdom, the threads that stitched together the rich cultural heritage of the land. The night was alive with possibilities, each shadow a reminder of the journey that lay ahead, one that wound through history and belief, through life and death, and through the indomitable spirit of the African people. Under the fierce sun of West Africa, a crowd gathers, their faces illuminated not just by sunlight, but by the flickering flames of stories yet to be told. The air is thick with anticipation, every listener clutching the threads of their own identity, yearning to hear the tales of heroes and ancestors. Here, in this vibrant tapestry of life, the griot stands at the center, a living bridge between the past and the present, the keeper of history, wrapped in melodies and memories. With a voice that rises and falls, like the rhythm of a drum, the griot draws the audience into a world where time bends and the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. His words weave through the air, thick with emotion, pulling at the heartstrings of those who hear them. Each story is a thread, binding together generations of wisdom and tradition, creating a fabric that is both strong and delicate. The listeners lean forward, their breath held captive as they feel the weight of their heritage, the echoes of their ancestors resonating in every note. These storytellers, often called griots, have played a crucial role in West African society for centuries. Their lineage stretches back to the Mali Empire, where the art of storytelling was not merely entertainment, but a vital means of preserving history and culture. They are the custodians of oral tradition, passing down tales of bravery, love, and loss, and ensuring that no voice is ever forgotten. In every village, the griot is not just an entertainer. He is a historian, a counselor, and a keeper of social order. As the sun dips low on the horizon, casting an amber glow across the landscape, the griot recounts the tale of Sundiata Keita, the legendary founder of the Mali Empire. A hush falls over the crowd, hearts racing, as they are drawn into a world rife with struggle and triumph. With each word, they feel the weight of the world upon their shoulders. Sundiata's struggles resonate deeply, echoing the obstacles faced by many in the crowd. It is as if they are not merely listening to a story, but living it, their emotions intertwining with the fate of the hero. But the magic of the griot extends beyond mere words. Dressed in vibrant traditional attire, adorned with symbols of their trade, they use music as a conduit to express feelings that words alone cannot capture. The plucked strings of the kora, a 21-string lute, fill the air, each note a heartbeat, each chord a breath of the past. The audience sways, caught in a trance, the music unlocking something deep within them. Tears glisten in the eyes of an elder as memories long buried rise to the surface, and laughter erupts from the children, their spirits lifted by the joyous tales of heroes and tricksters. This profound connection between the griot and their audience is more than a performance. It is a ritual, a celebration of identity that shapes the very fabric of their society. Knowledge is passed along not just through words, but through the emotions that bind them together: grief, joy, pride, and hope. In a world where change is constant, the griot remains a steadfast figure, reminding the people of who they are and where they come from. Yet, the role of the griot has not been without its challenges. As colonial powers swept through Africa, many traditional practices were dismissed or suppressed. The griots found themselves fighting, not only to keep their art alive, but to retain the stories that defined their cultures. In the face of such adversity, their resilience shone through. They adapted, blending their traditional tales with new forms, ensuring that their voices could still echo in the halls of history. In a small village, a young griot watches as the elder shares a tale, his heart racing with the desire to one day carry the torch. He knows the stories are not just his. They belong to everyone around him, woven into the very essence of the community. He feels the weight of responsibility, the need to honor those who came before him, and the urgency to ensure that the voices of the ancestors continue to guide his people through the storms of change. As the night stretches on, the stars twinkle like distant memories, each one a reminder of the tales yet to be told. The griot's voice rises, calling forth the spirits of the past, inviting them to dance in the flames of the fire. Laughter and tears intermingle, creating a powerful current that flows through the crowd, binding them in shared experience. The stories take on a life of their own, taking the audience on emotional roller coasters, from the heights of joy to the depths of sorrow, a true reflection of the human experience. This connection is so profound that it transcends generations. Children, wide-eyed and breathless, sit at the feet of the griot, their imaginations ignited by the vivid tales of their heritage. They absorb each story like a sponge, carrying the lessons with them into the future. In these moments, the griot becomes a beacon of hope, illuminating paths for the next generation, instilling values that will guide them through life's complexities. In the shadows, the echoes of the past grow louder, intertwining with the stories of today. The griots are not merely recounting history, they are shaping the future, reminding their listeners that they are part of a continuum, a thread in the vast tapestry of humanity. Every story shared, every melody played, becomes a stepping stone for future generations, a call to remember, to honor the past while forging ahead into the unknown. As the final notes of the kora fade into the night, the crowd remains, still caught in the magic of the griot's performance. They leave with more than just stories. They carry with them a sense of belonging, a renewed connection to their culture and history. Each person's heart beats in time with the rhythm of their shared experience, a living testament to the power of storytelling. A beautiful reminder that while times may change, the soul of a people remains unchanged, ever resilient in the face of challenge. In a village, under a sky painted with shades of dusk, two children sat by a fire, listening to the tales woven from the threads of their ancestors. The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced like spirits in the night. Their grandmother's voice, rich and warm, spoke of gods and heroes, of creation and destruction, of a world where the divine brushed shoulders with the ordinary. But as she spoke, a strange tension filled the air, a whisper of change that had crept into their stories, blending ancient beliefs with new ones that had traveled far across the seas. As the sun rose over the savannah, it brought with it not just light, but the breath of something different. Along trade routes, merchants carried not only spices and gold, but also beliefs. It was in the bustling markets of Timbuktu, where Islam first took root, that the echoes of prayers began to intertwine with the rhythms of African drums. The teachings of the Prophet Muhammad found their way into the hearts of men and women, merging with the reverence for spirits and ancestors that had long been a cornerstone of their lives. African mythology, with its vivid tapestry of deities, and oral traditions began to weave in threads of the new faith. Stories of the Creator God, who spun the world into being, danced alongside tales of Anansi, the clever spider. In these moments, the lines blurred, and the once clear distinctions faded. The ancestors who were honored at altars now shared space with Allah, the one God whose mercy and wisdom echoed across deserts and savannas. The narratives evolved, reflecting a society in transformation, revealing a culture that was not static, but alive and breathing, absorbing every influence it encountered. In the shadow of ancient pyramids, where the spirits of the past lingered, Christianity began to weave its own story. Missionaries with hopeful hearts traveled to the land, bringing with them the teachings of Christ. They spoke of love and redemption, of a God who sacrificed himself for humanity. These messages found fertile ground among the people who already understood sacrifice, who had their own stories of gods who walked among them, who loved and lost, who triumphed and fell. Families gathered around fires, not just to share in the warmth, but to discuss these new ideas. In the glowing embers, debates sparked like lightning. Was this new God greater than the spirits of the ancestors? Could the stories of the Bible coexist with the legends of Yamoja and Shango? The answers were rarely simple. Each person had a different tale to tell, a different understanding to share. In the northern regions, where the call to prayer echoed through the narrow alleys of ancient cities, the influence of Islam seeped into the very fabric of life. The fervor of faith resonated with the rhythms of African traditions. The once unified pantheon of gods began to take on new forms, and the spirits took on characteristics of Islam, adopting names and traits, as if to say, "We are here, and we can coexist." In villages along the Nile, the stories of Jesus and the concept of resurrection intertwined with the tales of Osiris, who also conquered death. The fear of the unknown, of what lay beyond the grave, brought new fervor to age-old beliefs. The villagers, in their longing for connection with something greater, began to see the threads of their mythology intertwining with the teachings of these new religions. As the sun sank low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the land, children would gather to listen as their elders spoke of the new ways. They were captivated by the stories of prophets, by visions of heaven, and yet they still felt the pull of their ancestors. It was a delicate dance between the sacred and the spiritual, a balance that was not always easy to maintain. The night was filled with haunting melodies of traditional songs that now carried whispers of biblical stories, a testament to the merger of worlds. Some people resisted. They clung fiercely to the old ways, believing that to abandon their ancestors was to forsake their very identity. They gathered in secret, their voices rising in defiance against the tide of change. They told tales of the spirits who demanded respect, of the ancestors who wandered restlessly, if not honored. The struggle within each community created a tapestry of conflict and harmony, woven with threads of devotion and doubt. Among the tumult, a new generation emerged, one that carried both the weight of tradition and the light of innovation. They were the bridge between worlds, navigating the complexities of faith and heritage. They wore amulets for protection and recited prayers from both the Quran and the Bible, a living testament to their rich cultural identity. With each passing year, they forged new myths that honored the past while embracing the present. In the quiet moments, under the vast African skies, the stars bore witness to this unfolding narrative, shimmering like the souls of the ancestors, watching over their descendants. The land itself seemed to pulse with the stories of gods and heroes, of prayers and chants, all blending into a singular rhythm that echoed through the valleys and mountains. It was a living mythology, vibrant and fluid, constantly shaped by the beliefs and dreams of its people. As the fires crackled and the shadows danced, the children leaned closer, captivated by the stories of their grandmothers and grandfathers, unaware of the whispers of change that surrounded them. They were part of a larger story, one that would continue to evolve and adapt, a testament to the resilience of culture and faith. The air buzzed with anticipation, a promise of more tales to come, as the boundaries between the ancient and the new became ever more blurred, each story adding another layer to the rich tapestry of their existence. The night was still young, and the stories were endless, waiting to be told. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient temple, shadows danced across the stone walls as a priestess inhaled the scent of burning sage, her heart racing. The air was thick with incense and anticipation. Outside, the world felt alive, whispering secrets through rustling leaves and the soft hoot of an owl. Inside, however, the atmosphere was charged with a different kind of energy, the kind that surged through the ages, binding humanity to the cosmos through the sacred art of divination. This was not just a ritual. It was a lifeline to the divine, a bridge connecting the mundane to the extraordinary. The people waited with bated breath, their lives intertwined with the destiny foretold. Each flick of the priestess's wrist, each glance at the stars, seemed to hold the weight of history. The myths that had shaped their culture, infused with the wisdom of generations, were about to be illuminated, their meanings revealed through the sacred practice of divination. In ancient Greece, oracles were the voices of the gods. The oracle of Delphi, draped in flowing robes, would enter her chamber, inhaling the intoxicating fumes that rose from the chasm below. As she sat upon her tripod, her mind would drift, and visions would flood her thoughts. Kings and commoners alike would climb treacherous mountains for her cryptic prophecies. The fate of empires hinged on her words, for within her utterances lay the stories that defined their very existence. Each prophecy carried a mythological weight, tethered to the gods and the lessons they imparted through the ages. In the heart of Mesopotamia, the priests gazed into pools of water, their reflections mingling with the stars. They interpreted the ripples and distortions, each one a potential message from the divine. The myths of their creation stories, the tales of gods and monsters, echoed in their interpretations, guiding the lives of the people who depended on the wisdom passed down through generations. The ancient Sumerians understood that the cosmos was alive with meaning, each star a reminder of their myths, and each divination a key to understanding their place in the grand tapestry of existence. Across the sands of time and culture, divination existed as a sacred thread. In the African tribes, bones were cast, each landing with a purpose. The patterns formed told stories that had been woven into the fabric of time. Elders gathered around fires, their voices rising as they recounted the myths of their ancestors. These tales weren't just stories. They were embodiments of truth, guiding their communities through the challenges of life. And in the moment of divination, when the bones clattered to the earth, the past, present, and future collided, breathing life into the myths that surrounded them. The ancient Chinese practiced divination through the I Ching, the Book of Changes, where hexagrams painted a picture of the universe's balance. Each line and symbol revealed the interplay of forces in life, echoing the myths of their civilization. The stories of dragons and emperors, of harmony and chaos were not merely narratives, they were lenses through which the Chinese people viewed their reality. The divination process was sacred, carrying with it the historical weight of those who had come before, their struggles and triumphs etched into the very fabric of the hexagrams. As the priestess at the temple uttered her predictions, she became one with the myths that enveloped her. Her visions were not detached dreams. They resonated with the heartbeats of her ancestors. Each word became a thread woven into the narratives that shaped her people's identity. The stories of heroes and gods, of love and betrayal, flowed through her like a river of wisdom. The tension in the air crackled as she spoke, a palpable reminder of the gravity of her role. The people listened, their breaths held, as they hungered for understanding, the need to know how the ancient myths would mold their futures. In the dim light of the temple, as she cast her eyes toward the heavens, memories of forgotten heroes emerged. The myths of those who came before danced like stars in her mind, their struggles and victories enriching the present moment. She felt their presence, a swirling mass of energy guiding her hand as she interpreted the signs. Each symbol she saw was a connection, a thread leading back to the ancients who had once gazed at the same stars, seeking answers in the dark. The myths that emerged from these divination practices were not static. They morphed and breathed alongside the cultures that embraced them. They captured the collective hopes, fears, and dreams of entire civilizations. From the Viking seers who interpreted the flight of birds to the Celtic druids who read the movements of animals, divination served as a mirror, reflecting humanity's innermost questions. The fear of the unknown, the longing for guidance, and the need for connection were all woven into the fabric of these myths. In the sacred silence that followed her predictions, the priestess felt a rush of emotion. The burden of responsibility washed over her, intertwining with a profound sense of purpose. The people before her were not just spectators. They were seekers of truth, yearning for clarity in a world shrouded in ambiguity. The myths were not mere stories. They were lifelines, illuminating the darkness with the wisdom of ages. In this moment, she was not just a voice. She was a vessel, carrying forward the echoes of history. As she concluded her ritual, the flickering candles cast long shadows, and the whispered prayers of the gathered crowd floated into the night sky. The lines between past and present blurred, creating a tapestry of hope, fear, and connection. Divination had not only revealed the intentions of the celestial realm, but had also deepened the bonds that held the community together. Each myth told, each prophecy spoken, became a part of an unending cycle, a bridge to the universe, forever linking those who sought understanding to the timeless narratives that shaped their world. In that sacred space, the energy lingered, thick with the promise of what was to come. As the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the secrets of the past, the stage was set for the next chapter of their lives, one that would intertwine with the very essence of the myths they cherished. The connections remained unbroken, ready to plunge into the depths of the unknown, where the stories of the ancients awaited their next voice. Under a blanket of stars, the flickering flames of a campfire dance like spirits awakened from the earth. Around it, a circle of faces glows in the light, each one etched with stories that ripple through time. They lean in, eyes wide with anticipation, as the elder, wrinkled and wise, begins to speak. The air is thick with the scent of wood smoke and the weight of untold histories, and in that moment, the past intertwines with the present, binding them all in an invisible thread. Across the globe, tribes and ethnic groups whisper their origins, tales rich with wonder and pain. In the shadows of mountains and within the depths of forests, myths carve the identity of each community. The stories often start with chaos, a world before the world, where nothing existed but the heavy silence of eternity. Then, from that silence, a spark emerges, a creator, an animal, or perhaps a child born from a giant. Each account is unique, yet the pulse of humanity ties them together. The indigenous peoples of North America speak of the earth diver, a being who sent a waterfowl to dive into the depths of the oceans and bring back mud. From that humble grain, the land was born, nurtured by the gentle caress of the winds and sun. With every retelling, listeners can feel the weight of their ancestors, hear the whispers of those who walked before them, and see the world take shape with every word. In the heart of Africa, the tribes gather under the moonlight to listen as the elder recounts the tale of the first people, molded from the soil by a god who breathed life into clay. The story unfolds like the patterns in a woven tapestry, rich with colors and textures. The ground beneath them seems to pulse, echoing the very heartbeat of the earth as they remember their connection to the land. The elders' voices rise and fall, stirring emotions deep within their souls, the pride, the pain, the resilience of a people who have weathered storms for centuries. Far to the east, in the lush jungles of the Pacific Islands, the whispers of creation echo through the swaying palms. Legends speak of the demigod Maui, a trickster who lassoed the sun, slowing its path across the sky to give his people more time to fish and cultivate their lands. The laughter ripples through the group as they imagine the audacity of Maui, a figure as real as the waves crashing on the shore. In these stories, they see themselves, their struggles, their triumphs, their unyielding spirit against the forces of nature. The echoes of creation myths resonate through the ages, and the tension in the air thickens as the tales reveal the struggles between light and darkness, order and chaos. The fierce battle between gods and monsters, as told by the ancient Greeks, portrays a world on the brink of destruction. Titans clash against Olympians, and in their struggle, the very fabric of the universe is woven. Families gather, echoes of laughter mixed with gasps of suspense, as they envision the impossibility of it all. And yet they find themselves rooted in the tale, entranced by the very essence of their humanity. As these stories unfold, the past becomes a living entity, an ever-present guide that teaches the values of their culture. Honor and respect for nature flow through the words of the storytellers. The lessons are not just for the ears, but for the hearts of those listening. The emotions of joy and sorrow mingle, creating a rich tapestry of feelings that envelops everyone present. Each member of the tribe carries a piece of these stories, a thread in the grand narrative of their existence. Yet, not all tales of origin are born from the light. Some emerge from the depths of anguish, reflecting the darker aspects of life. The story of the lost tribe carries with it the weight of sorrow, people who wandered too far and lost their way, their names forgotten, but their spirits lingering like shadows. As the elder recounts their fate, a chill fills the air, and hearts pound with the realization of their own fragility. What if they too could become lost? What if their stories faded into oblivion? The fear of being forgotten hangs heavy, yet it ignites a determination to remember, to pass on the wisdom of their forebears. The tales are punctuated by pauses, moments of silence that allow the gravity of each word to settle in. The listeners reflect on their own lives, their own struggles and victories, and how they too are part of this never-ending cycle of storytelling. Each myth, Each ancient narrative is a lifeline that connects them to something greater, a lineage stretching back through time, binding them to their ancestors and the earth they inhabit. As the fire crackles, the elder's voice grows softer, almost melodic, weaving through the night air. The stories blend into one another, creating a symphony of voices that resonate deeply within. An unexpected hush falls over the group as they begin to realize that these myths are not just tales. They are the essence of their existence, the marrow of their bones. Each tribe, every ethnic group, holds the power to shape their narrative, to honor their origins, while forging ahead into the unknown. The flickering flames illuminate the faces around the campfire, revealing a melange of emotions: wonder, fear, hope, and resilience. They are bound together by the fragility of their stories, yet emboldened by the strength of their shared history. And as the night deepens, each heart beats in unison, echoing the eternal truths held within their myths of origin, preparing them for the next chapter of their unfolding narrative, rooted in the past, but reaching toward the horizon. The air was thick with mystery, the kind that leaves a chill on the skin and sends shivers down the spine. In the dim glow of flickering candles, shadows danced across the walls like whispers of spirits long gone, their presence felt but unseen. In Haiti, where the land holds stories of resilience and pain, Vodou thrives, a tapestry woven from threads of history, belief, and a longing for connection. Amid the vibrant colors of the Gaide festival, the rhythm of drums echoed, beating in time with the hearts of those who gathered. They sang songs of their ancestors, invoking the spirits with a fervor that could make anyone feel alive. The air vibrated with energy as practitioners painted their faces with white powder, honoring the spirits of the dead. Laughter mingled with the serious undertones of rituals. The people of Haiti understand that life and death are two sides of the same coin, intricately linked through Vodou. Vodou is often misunderstood, painted in broad strokes of superstition and fears born from the unknown. The myths that surround this vibrant practice often miss the rich tapestry of beliefs that truly define it. It is a faith that speaks to the soul, offering hope and healing amidst the struggles that have marked Haitian history. When the enslaved Africans arrived on the shores of Saint-Domingue, they brought with them a wealth of traditions, weaving them into the fabric of Vodou. Each spirit, or LWA, carries a story, a history that connects the past to the present. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the rituals began to intensify. A priestess, draped in flowing white garments, called upon the spirits. The sound of her voice, both melodic and commanding, drew the crowd in, their breaths held in anticipation. Suddenly, a young man from the audience stepped forward, his eyes glassy, transfixed by the energy around him. In a heartbeat, he became a vessel, channeling the spirit of a powerful ancestor. His body twitched, his eyes rolled back, revealing not just a man, but the history of a people, the struggles, the triumphs, the tears and laughter of generations. Vodou is full of such moments, where the boundary between the living and the dead blurs. The whispers of spirits echo through the voodoo drums, a language of its own that tells stories of love, loss, vengeance, and redemption. Each rhythm resonates with the pulse of Haiti's history, the brutal colonization, the fight for freedom, and the relentless spirit of a nation that refuses to be silenced. Through Vodou, the spirits guide the living, reminding them of their strength, their roots, and their unbreakable bond with the past. Yet, beneath the surface of vibrant ceremonies and spirited dances lies a complex web of myths. The portrayal of Vodou in the Western world often leans towards the sensational, focusing on curses and dark magic, ignoring the profound connection practitioners feel with their ancestors. The truth is, Vodou is as much about healing as it is about belief. It is a sanctuary for those seeking solace from the harsh realities of life, a belief system that empowers the marginalized, offering a voice to those often ignored. In the quiet moments between ceremonies, practitioners would gather in circles, sharing stories of their encounters with the LWA. They spoke of love and loss, of guidance and warnings. These stories were not just tales, they were lifelines, binding the community together. The spirits, revered and respected, were not just figures of mythology, but integral parts of their daily lives. A simple act, like lighting a candle or offering a piece of food, became a powerful gesture of gratitude and reverence. As dusk turned to night, the atmosphere thickened, charged with anticipation for what was to come. The crowd, now fully enveloped in the energy of the event, was captivated by an elder who spoke of the legendary spirit, Damballa. A serpent that embodies creation and wisdom, Damballa symbolizes a connection between the earthly realm and the divine. The elder recounted tales of how Damballa had guided the enslaved ancestors to freedom. His spirit coiled around their hopes, giving them strength to rise against oppression. Each word hung in the air like a spell, evoking tears and fervent nods from the crowd. They shared in the collective grief of their ancestors, understanding that their struggles were not just theirs to bear, but part of a shared narrative that spanned centuries. As the elder finished, the crowd erupted in song, a powerful chant that reverberated through the night, echoing off the mountains that cradled their homeland. In that moment, the line between myth and reality dissolved. The power of Vodou lay not just in the rituals performed, but in the hearts of the people who lived it daily. They carried the weight of history on their shoulders, yet they danced with joy, celebrated life, and honored the spirits that walked with them. They understood that Vodou was not merely a religion. It was a lifeline, a way to navigate the storms of existence, a connection to something far greater than themselves. As midnight approached, the air crackled with the promise of more to come. The spirits were restless, calling out to the living, urging them to remember, to honor, to celebrate. Shadows continued to dance on the walls, weaving stories of joy and sorrow, pain and healing. The rituals would not end. They would flow seamlessly into the next, much like the lives of those who practiced Vodou, a testament to the unyielding spirit of a people connected through time, bound by love, loss, and an enduring faith that refuses to fade away. Mountains loom like ancient giants, their peaks dusted with whispers of clouds, while rivers weave through the landscape, glistening like silver threads in the sunlight. In every corner of Africa, these natural wonders are not merely stones and water. They are the lifeblood of ancestral stories and sacred beliefs. Across the ages, people have gathered around the majesty of these formations, not just to marvel at their beauty, but to seek connection, guidance, and solace. In the shadow of Mount Kilimanjaro, the tallest peak in Africa, a young girl named Amina often listened to her grandmother's tales. The fires flickered, casting shadows that danced on the mud walls of their hut. Amina's eyes sparkled with curiosity as her grandmother spoke of the Mountain of God, where spirits of the ancestors roamed freely. It was said that the mountain had its own heartbeat, a pulsing energy that could be felt in the air, drawing the living closer to the divine. The elders taught that every climb up the mountain was not just a physical journey, but a spiritual one, bridging the human world with the heavens. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the rivers sang their own melodies. The Zambezi, flowing fiercely toward the Great Victoria Falls, was more than a body of water. It was a storyteller. Fishermen would cast their nets during the twilight hours, believing that the river held secrets of the past. They whispered to the currents, thanking them for the bountiful fish and hoping for guidance in times of drought. This bond between the river and its people was sacred, woven into the fabric of their existence. Further north, the Nile flowed majestically, revered as the source of life itself. Ancient Egyptians worshipped its annual floods as a gift from the gods, an event that brought fertility to the land. The river was a deity in its own right, personified as Hapi, the god of the inundation. Stories told of how, each year, Hapi would awaken from his slumber, bringing with him life and renewal. The Nile was not just water, it was a sacred lifeline that sustained civilizations, nourishing crops and nourishing hearts. Yet, not all was calm along the waterways. In the shadow of the mountains, storms brewed with ferocity, reminding the people of nature's unpredictable spirit. There were times when the rivers swelled, engulfing villages and leaving destruction in their wake. In those moments, the people stood hand in hand, praying to the spirits of the mountains and rivers, offering sacrifices to appease the guardians of their land. These acts were steeped in tradition, a deep-seated belief that the balance between humanity and nature must be maintained. In the rolling hills of Ethiopia, the Simien Mountains rose like a fortress, their rugged cliffs a testament to the power of time. Local tribes spoke in hushed tones about the ancient giants who once roamed these peaks, their spirits forever embedded within the stones. Festivals were held to honor the mountains, where dances echoed through the valleys, celebrating the unity of the earth and its inhabitants. Each leap, each twirl, was a prayer, an expression of gratitude for the beauty surrounding them. As dusk settled over the land, the rivers would become mirrors, reflecting the stars, each twinkling light a reminder of those who had come before. The stories of ancestors flowed with the water, intertwined with the very essence of the land. Children, with wide eyes, would gather at the riverbanks, listening intently as elders recounted tales of bravery and wisdom. They learned that the rivers carried not only fish, but also the spirits of their forebears, guiding them in their daily lives. But it was not only the grandeur of mountains and rivers that held significance. Every stone, every drop of water had a story, a sacred meaning. In the valleys of the Drakensberg, rock art from thousands of years ago depicted the lives of the Sand People, their connection to the land etched in ochre and charcoal. These images told of hunts and rituals, of storms and seasons, illustrating the intimate bond between humans and the earth. The mountains stood guard over these sacred sites, protecting the memories of a time long past. In times of crisis, the people would turn to their mountains and rivers, seeking guidance through their trials. When drought struck, they would come together, making a pilgrimage to the nearest mountain, chanting prayers that echoed through the valleys. They believed that the mountains would listen, that the spirits would hear their cries and respond. Meanwhile, others would stand by the rivers, offering flowers, foods, and songs, asking for forgiveness for their neglect. This cycle of respect and reverence was a heartbeat that pulsed through the land, connecting generations past with the present. Yet, as the forces of modernization crept into the heart of Africa, the sacredness of these mountains and rivers faced threats. Roads and buildings began to mar the pristine landscapes, and the ancient rituals that once flourished began to fade. But the spirit of the mountains and rivers is resilient, enduring in the hearts of those who remember. They stand tall, whispering to the winds, reminding all who dare listen that their legacy is not lost, but waiting to be rekindled. As the sun rose over the horizon, the mountains stood witness to another day, their silhouettes etched against the brilliant sky. The rivers continued their dance, weaving through the land, carrying memories and life. And in the villages, the people stirred, awakening to the call of their sacred landscapes, ready to honor the mountains and rivers that had shaped their history. The stories of Amina and the countless others were not just tales of the past. They were the living essence of Africa, a flowing current that would forever bind the people to their sacred land. With every heartbeat, the call of the mountains and rivers grew louder, echoing the timeless stories of love, loss, and reverence. As the new day began, the promise of a connection that transcended time lingered in the air, waiting, just waiting, to intertwine with the next chapter of their lives. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across cobblestones, worn smooth by the passage of countless feet. The townsfolk of a small village in Eastern Europe felt an invisible thread tug at their hearts, as if some unseen force was weaving their fates together. At the center of this village stood an ancient clock tower, its hands frozen at a time long past. Its chime, once the heartbeat of the community, now echoed only in memories. By the light of a flickering candle, a tattered journal lay open on a wooden table in the dimly lit tavern. Its pages, yellowed with age, revealed the thoughts of a man named Anton, who had recorded the events that led to the fateful night when destiny would unveil its mysterious hand. He wrote of dreams that felt more like prophecies, of whispers in the wind that seemed to guide him toward a path he dared not take. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the night he stood at the edge of the forest, peering into the darkness, feeling a pull he could neither resist nor understand. Each stroke of Anton's pen painted a vivid picture of his life, intertwined with those around him. There was Ilara, whose laughter could light up the heaviest heart, and her brother, Pavel, a soldier whose fate was sealed the moment he received his conscription letter. His eyes were filled with a burden that belied his youthful face, as if some ancient force had whispered a warning to him that others could not hear. Destiny, it seemed, had a heavy hand, and its grip on each life in the village was palpable. One fateful evening, a storm rolled through, rattling the windows and sending waves of anxiety through the tavern. As the wind howled against the walls, Anton felt an urgency in the air, as if something was about to change forever. The townsfolk gathered, eyes wide and hearts pounding, sharing tales of omens and signs. An old woman spoke of a raven that had circled the clock tower 3 times, a harbinger of misfortune. Just then, the ground trembled slightly beneath them, and a collective gasp echoed through the room. Outside, in the swirling tempest, a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in a dark cloak, he moved with a purpose that sent shivers down Anton's spine. The stranger raised a gloved hand, silencing the crowd, and spoke with a voice that resonated deep within their souls. "You are all bound by the threads of fate, woven together by choices made and paths taken. Tonight, The tapestry of your lives will change. Gripped by a mix of fear and curiosity, Anton stepped forward. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling but firm. "Merely a traveler," replied the stranger with a cryptic smile. "But I carry with me the weight of choices yet unmade. Each decision you face tonight shall echo through time, altering destinies far beyond your comprehension." A silence fell over the tavern as the reality of his words sank in. It was as if the walls themselves held their breath. Anton could sense the pulse of destiny thrumming in the air, an electric current that coupled hope with dread. He felt drawn to the stranger, believing he held the key to an unsolved mystery. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows, and for a moment, it seemed as if the spirits of the past were hovering, waiting for the choices that would ripple into the future. The tavern erupted into chaos as the villagers began to argue, fears and anxieties spilling out into the open. Would Pavel go to war? What if Ilara was left alone? Each voice carried the weight of a life unchosen, a path unexplored. Anton's heart raced as the stranger's gaze fell upon him once more, a knowing look that seemed to peer into the very depths of his soul. "Do you not see?" the stranger pressed. "Every moment shapes your fate. Every encounter is laced with meaning. Choose wisely, for the hands of time do not rewind." Outside, lightning crashed, illuminating the night sky, revealing glimpses of the vast world beyond their little village. Anton felt a pull, a yearning to understand what lay beyond the known. It was as if the universe itself was calling to him, offering riddles and revelations, but also posing questions that could shatter lives. In that moment, Anton made a choice. He stepped outside into the storm, feeling the raindrops collide against his skin. The wind howled around him, whipping through the trees and whispering secrets he could barely grasp. He turned back to the tavern, heart pounding, and made his way toward the forest, the very place where he had felt destiny tugging at him before. Ilara, sensing his departure, rushed out after him. "Anton, where are you going?" Her voice quivered, filled with concern and something deeper. It was a tether, a thread that bound them together in ways neither fully understood. "Somewhere I need to be," he replied, the urgency in his voice unyielding. As they plunged into the darkness of the forest, the shadows twisted around them, painting a canvas of uncertainty. The trees loomed like ancient sentinels, guardians of the secrets hidden within their depths. Every step felt monumental, as if they were walking through the very fabric of time. Anton sensed that the forest was alive, breathing with the weight of past choices and unspoken destinies. Heart racing, he called out Pavel's name, hoping his brother would join them, that together they could face whatever lay ahead. But in the distance, the echoes of war drums began to sound, a haunting beat that promised to sweep through their lives like a storm. The mysterious forces of fate and destiny were at play, and as the wind howled louder, it felt as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for their next move, for the choices that would define them. As they pressed further into the wild, the thrill of the unknown surged through Anton's veins. Each heartbeat echoed the question that loomed over them. Would they dare to confront the forces pulling their lives in different directions? The clock tower in the village remained a silent witness, the frozen hands a reminder that time waits for no one. In that moment, the line between fate and free will blurred, leaving them teetering on the edge of something profound, a destiny waiting to unfold. War has a way of turning ordinary people into legends, etching their names into the fabric of history. On a foggy September morning in 1944, the air was thick with tension, as soldiers lined up for the invasion of a town that had never heard of peace. Among them was a young man named Michael, just 18, clutching a rifle tighter than his own heartbeat. Fear clung to him like a second skin, yet he was determined to fight not just for his country, but for the very idea of bravery. As the first shot rang out, it carried with it not just the sound of gunfire, but the whispers of countless tales, each one more haunting than the last. Across time and place, myths of heroes have risen, like phoenixes from the ashes of their struggles. Take the valiant Spartans at Thermopylae, who, against overwhelming odds, stood their ground with unwavering resolve. Their famed last stand was not merely a battle, it was a declaration, a testament to courage, loyalty, and sacrifice. The story of King Leonidas and his 300 warriors continues to send shivers down spines, echoing through the ages, a reminder that some choose to fight, even when defeat seems inevitable. Moving forward, the battlefields of World War I paint yet another vivid picture. Amidst the muddy trenches, soldiers turned into poets. Wilfred Owen, armed not just with a rifle but with words, penned haunting verses that exposed the brutal truth of war. His poignant lines about the horrors faced in the trenches still resonate as a chilling reminder of the cost of conflict. The legend of these poets, who wielded pens instead of swords, reveals that sometimes the fiercest battles are fought within the soul. In the air above those battlefields, legends soared. The Red Baron, Manfred von Richthofen, became an icon, not just for his aerial exploits, but for the charisma that followed him like a shadow. His dogfights against Allied forces turned the sky into a theater of bravery and skill. Tales of his unmatched prowess and the myth surrounding his red aircraft stirred the imaginations of many. He was a knight of the sky, and even as bullets whizzed past him, he maintained an aura that elevated him from mere soldier to legendary figure. The stories don't stop there. On the front lines of the American Civil War, a man named Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain became a beacon of hope at Little Round Top. When faced with a relentless Confederate assault, Chamberlain refused to yield. His famous order to fix bayonets turned a desperate situation into a moment of glory. A single act of defiance transformed him into a symbol of courage and resilience. The legends birthed from such moments of valor illustrate that heroes are often formed in the crucible of crisis. Then there's the enchanting saga of Joan of Arc, whose fervent belief in her divine mission led her to lead French troops during the 100 Years' War. A peasant girl turned warrior, she became a mythic figure, not just for her battlefield prowess, but for the vision that guided her. Her martyrdom only solidified her legend, allowing her story to transcend time and inspire generations. The flames that claimed her life became a beacon, illuminating the path for those who dare to stand against tyranny. World War II introduced a new breed of heroism, exemplified by figures like Audie Murphy, one of the most decorated American combat soldiers. His actions in the face of almost certain death, holding off a battalion of German troops while wounded, seemed to leap from the pages of a movie script. The mythos surrounding Murphy's bravery transformed him into an icon, a symbol of what it meant to be a hero in a world engulfed in chaos. The line between myth and reality blurred as the stories of his heroics spread, inspiring countless others to rise to the occasion. In contrast, the story of the unsung heroes often hides in the shadows of these grand tales. Stories of nurses who risked their lives to save wounded soldiers, like the remarkable Clara Barton, resonate with a quieter strength. The founder of the American Red Cross she dedicated her life to the service of others during the Civil War. Her relentless compassion and bravery in the face of adversity created a different kind of legend, one not always celebrated on the battlefield, but equally vital to the war effort. As war continues to shape humanity, new myths rise from its ashes. In recent conflicts, figures like Malala Yousafzai, though not a soldier in the traditional sense, embody the spirit of bravery. She stood against the oppressive forces of the Taliban, advocating for girls' education. Her story of survival and determination against violence has transformed her into a modern-day heroine, showing that heroism can transcend the battlefield. The echoes of their sacrifices resound through history, whispering their names to anyone who dares to listen. Each story is a thread in the intricate tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of pain, courage, and hope. For every soldier who fell, every nurse who labored tirelessly, and every voice that rose against injustice, the legends grow. From the blood-soaked fields of yesteryear to the struggles of today, the myths of war are like shadows, never truly fading, but always morphing into something larger than life. And as the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the remnants of past battles, the stories linger, waiting for the next moment of bravery to ignite a new legend. The battlefield remains a theater where emotions clash with valor, where ordinary individuals rise to become extraordinary heroes. Each tale is a reminder that no matter how dark the days may seem, the light of courage will always shine through. The legends live on, beckoning the next generation to write their own stories, their own myths of war. In the flickering light of a sacred fire, shadows danced across the faces of the gathered community. Laughter erupted, but it was mingled with a nervous tension, an unspoken energy crackling in the air. Myths twisted through stories, weaving together the fabric of masculinity and femininity. It was in this space where legends were born and gender roles were defined, echoing through time and across cultures. In ancient times, the roles of men and women were often as rigid as the stone statues that adorned their temples. Men were hunters, warriors, their worth measured by the size of their catch or the enemies they vanquished. In contrast, women were the hearth keepers, the nurturers, their power hidden in the delicate threads of fabric they wove or in the sweetness of bread they baked. Yet, lurking beneath these neatly defined roles was a tension, a whisper of rebellion that begged to be heard. Take the tale of the fierce Amazon warriors, women who roamed the plains with the strength of a lioness. They shattered the mold of femininity, wielding bows and arrows, their spirits untamed. While society expected women to remain docile, these fierce fighters took up arms, defying gender expectations. Their stories spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations and perhaps instilling fear in those who clung to tradition. In contrast, the myths surrounding masculinity often portrayed men as stoic and unfeeling. Yet history tells of the softer male figures too. Characters like the gentle healer in folklore, who possessed not only brawn, but also a heart full of compassion, remind us that strength isn't solely about physical power. He tenderly bandaged wounds, not just of the body, but of the soul, showing that vulnerability could coexist with bravery. These tales sent ripples through time, reminding listeners that true heroism often lies in caring for others. The stories of gods and goddesses further painted a complex picture of gender roles. Consider the tale of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, who fiercely protected her daughter, Persephone. Her love was the very essence of nature. showing that a woman's power was often tied to her nurturing spirit. Yet, this love turned into despair when Persephone was taken to the underworld, leading to the seasons of sorrow. This myth echoed the struggles of countless women, highlighting a harsh truth. Their worth often hinged on their relationships and sacrifices. On the male side, Hercules stood as a paragon of strength, yet his myth was layered with emotional depth. His 12 labors were not just feats of physical prowess, but tests of character and resilience. Each challenge forced him to confront his own weaknesses and fears, revealing a profound truth about masculinity, that it's not simply about power, but also about facing one's demons, grappling with pain, and emerging transformed. As the fire crackled, ancient tales intermingled with the sounds of the present. The stories, spun by the elders, rich with historical nuance, bore witness to the struggles of their people. They told of women who saved their tribes through cunning and collaboration, leading them through storms of war, while men learned to embrace the tender aspects of their being. The lines of masculinity and femininity blurred, creating a vivid tapestry where both could thrive. Yet, myth was not created equal. The duality of gender roles often left scars. Women who defied norms faced fierce backlash, while men burdened by the weight of stoicism grappled with silent despair. The voices of those who didn't fit the mold often faded into the background, their stories untold. The tension between expectation and reality could be felt in every corner as myths evolved to either uphold or challenge the status quo. The stories, however, weren't just relics of the past. They were alive, pulsating with energy that resonated through generations, feeding the fires of change. Folklore served as both a mirror and a map, reflecting society's beliefs about gender while also guiding individuals toward new possibilities. Tales of tricksters like Loki, who blurred the lines of gender and role, became a source of comfort for many who felt out of place. Loki's antics, often playful and chaotic, reminded them that life itself need not adhere to a strict narrative. As night deepened, so did the stories. They became more intimate, each word woven with emotion, the tales of heartbreak, betrayal, and resilience. Men shared their struggles with identity, their fear of not measuring up to the ideals of masculinity. Women recounted the pain of being underestimated, their voices often silenced, but now rising in strength. These shared confessions resonated, stitching together a community bound not just by tradition, but by collective experience. The flickering flames cast long shadows that danced in the air, much like the intricate stories that spiraled around them. Each myth held a mirror to the community's soul, reflecting their deepest fears and desires. The energy was palpable. An unspoken understanding hung between them, a promise that the stories would continue, evolving as they did. The night wore on, and the tales continued to flow, unrestrained and powerful. They hinted at change, at the possibility of redefining what it meant to be masculine or feminine. As the embers glowed brighter, so too did the hope that one day the myths would evolve to embrace the full spectrum of human experience, weaving together the rich, diverse threads of every individual's story, reminding all that it is the heart, not the label, that truly defines strength. The fire sputtered, and the stories wrapped around the listeners like a warm blanket, inviting them to lean in closer, to listen carefully. The world beyond their gathering faded away, leaving only the warmth of shared experience and the echoes of ancient wisdom. And as they spoke, the night deepened, pregnant with possibility, drawing the listener into the ever-turning wheel of folklore, where every voice mattered, waiting for its moment to shine. In the flickering light of an ancient campfire, shadows danced across the faces of a small tribe huddled together under a star-studded sky. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and the rich scent of the earth. A storyteller, weathered yet vibrant, began to weave a tale that echoed through the ages. Each word he spoke was a thread, binding the listeners closer, tightening the invisible fabric of their community. As the fire crackled, deep-seated emotions surged, drawing forth laughter, tears, and gasps of wonder. What was it about these stories that made hearts race and spirits soar? The answer lay in the very essence of humanity, in the power of myths. From the earliest times, myths served as a lifeline for societies, reaching into the depths of their shared experiences and beliefs. They were more than mere tales. They were the glue that held people together, a shared language of the heart that transcended generations. Take, for example, the legend of the Great Flood, which appears in many cultures across the globe. It is a powerful narrative of destruction and rebirth, a reminder of nature's might and humanity's vulnerability. In one version, a young boy named Nu finds favor with his god amidst a world gone awry. As the rains poured and the waters rose, fear gripped the hearts of those who had turned away from the old ways. But Nu, with unwavering faith, built his ark and gathered the animals, a beacon of hope amid chaos. The floodwaters came, sweeping away the old world, but from the depths of despair, life began anew. Each tribe that shared this tale found strength in their shared belief, united by the idea of renewal, a promise that even in the darkest moments, a brighter future lay ahead. With every retelling, the story morphed and adapted, reflecting the values and fears of its audience. It was a mirror, reflecting their struggles and aspirations. This was not just a tale for entertainment. It was a lesson wrapped in emotion, a reminder of the importance of community, of coming together in times of trial. In the ancient Greek world, the goddess Athena emerged from the head of Zeus, fully armored and ready for battle. Her birth, splendid and fierce, was not just a story to be told. It symbolized wisdom and strategy, qualities that the Greeks held dear in their quest for glory. The people gathered to honor her, sharing rituals and celebrations, reinforcing their unity under her watchful gaze. Through her, they understood their own strengths and vulnerabilities, and they found courage in her story. It bolstered their identity, knitting their individual threads into a grand tapestry of society. These myths were not confined to the past. They echoed through the ages, shaping the modern world in ways that may seem invisible, but are profoundly felt. A child hearing tales of heroes and their feats felt a spark igniting within. It whispered of bravery, of standing up for the weak, and of fighting against injustice. These were not just stories. They were blueprints for living, teaching young hearts what it meant to be part of something greater than oneself. As the sun set over the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground, the tribe around the fire listened intently. The storyteller, with firelight reflecting in his eyes, spoke of great battles and legendary figures who sacrificed everything for their people. Each tale resonated deeply, evoking emotions that rose and fell like the tide. With every heartbeat, they felt the pulse of their ancestors, a reminder that they were not alone. Their laughter mingled with the crackling of the flames, each sound solidifying their bond. Consider the Norse myths, with their pantheon of gods who battled giants and faced their fates with unyielding courage. The tale of Ragnarok, the end of the world, was not merely a story of doom. It was a promise that from destruction would come renewal. As children gathered around their elders, they listened with wide eyes, hearts racing with excitement and dread. They learned of bravery in the face of despair, of standing up against overwhelming odds. These stories taught them the value of resilience, shaping their character and their place within the clan. In the Americas, native tribes passed down stories of the trickster, a character who defied rules yet brought wisdom in unexpected ways. Coyote or Raven, depending on the tribe, taught lessons about humility and cleverness. As listeners chuckled at the trickster's antics, they also absorbed deeper meanings about balance and respect for nature. Each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of their community, reinforcing their connection to the land and each other. In moments of crisis, these myths became a rallying cry. When faced with war or famine, people turned to their stories for solace and strength. The tale of a gentle rabbit who outsmarted a fierce wolf reminded them that wit could triumph over brute force. As they faced the world's challenges, the myths provided comfort and a shared understanding of who they were. They were not just individuals, but members of a collective, bound by their shared history and stories. As the fire began to die down, embers glowed softly, illuminating the faces of those who had gathered. The storyteller's voice grew softer, but the emotions ran deeper. The tales of triumph and tragedy were now seeds planted in the hearts of the listeners. They would carry these stories forward, whispering them to their children and their children's children, ensuring that the spirit of their ancestors lived on. Each myth, each legend, was a lifeline, a piece of the human experience woven together through time. Just as the fire flickered, bringing warmth and light, so too did these stories bring people together, creating a sense of belonging that was unbreakable. In the distance, a howl echoed through the still night, a reminder that the world was vast and filled with both wonder and danger. But as long as they had their myths, they would face whatever came together, hearts entwined in a shared journey through the ages. Each story was not an end, but a beginning, linking them to the past while propelling them into an uncertain future, forever bound by the tales that shaped their very existence. In the flickering glow of a fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, their movements whispering tales of ancient spirits and unseen forces. A woman, pale and feverish, lay on a bed of dried herbs, her body trembling as the chill of illness seeped into her bones. Around her the clan gathered, murmurs rising and falling like the flames before them, each breath heavy with dread and hope. They knew that illness was not merely a physical ailment. It was a battle fought against the very fabric of their existence, a clash between the seen and the unseen. Across cultures and centuries, illness has always held a duality of meaning. To the ancient Greeks, it was a divine message, a reflection of the state of one's soul. The goddess Asclepius, with her staff entwined by a snake, a symbol of healing and rebirth, was revered as a beacon of hope. Those suffering from mysterious ailments would journey to her temples, often falling into a deep sleep where dreams would reveal the path to recovery. The visions experienced were not random. They were intricately woven into the tapestry of their lives, providing clarity and guidance. As they awoke, drenched in healing light, they were not just cured, but transformed, forged anew by the divine touch of the goddess. In the vast landscapes of India, illness took on the hues of karma and dharma. A fever could be a punishment for past wrongs, while a sudden recovery could signify a cleansing of the spirit. The ancient texts spoke of deities like Dhanvantari, the god of medicine, who emerged from the ocean's depths during the churning of the seas, holding the elixir of life. Healing was a sacred act, an invocation of the gods, where the physical and spiritual realms entwined like lovers. When a person fell ill, it was not merely their body that needed mending. Their spirit needed to be rejuvenated through rituals, prayers, and offerings, a delicate interplay that demanded reverence. The echoes of the past resounded through the vast deserts of Egypt, where illness was enveloped in the mystique of the gods. The ancient Egyptians believed that every sickness was the handiwork of deities, who would send forth illness as a test of one's character, or as a prelude to a greater destiny. The god Thoth, depicted with the head of an ibis, was called upon for wisdom, while Isis, the goddess of healing, was sought for her nurturing embrace. Prayers chanted in the dim light of temples echoed with desperation, crafting a bridge between the living and the divine. Healing was not solely the removal of pain, it was an awakening, an alignment of the soul with the universe itself. In the vibrant and turbulent cultures of the Americas, illness was often seen as a spiritual affliction. The Native American tribes viewed sickness as a disconnection from the earth and the spirits that dwelled within it. Shamans, with their intricate rituals and sacred songs, acted as conduits between the physical world and the spirit realm. The drum beats resonated like heartbeats, guiding the afflicted through a labyrinth of visions. Each journey was a test of faith and strength, as the sick were led into the depths of their own souls, where healing awaited, cloaked in the wisdom of the ancestors. As the nights grew longer and the fires burned lower, stories emerged, each one a thread woven into the fabric of existence. The tales of warriors who returned from the brink of death, touched by the hands of gods or spirits, filled hearts with hope. They spoke of the moments when a miracle unfolded, when a child, once on the verge of death, opened their eyes to the dawn of a new day. Such stories rippled through time, igniting the flames of belief. The sick were not alone. They were surrounded by a host of unseen allies, fighting alongside them in an epic battle for life. In the midst of these tales, there lingered a palpable tension, a dance between despair and hope. The afflicted, curled in their beds, summoned every ounce of strength to navigate the shadows that threatened to engulf them. They gazed into the flickering flames, catching glimpses of their ancestors, guides who had walked similar paths, who understood the pain of sickness and the sweetness of healing. It was in those moments, between the breaths of suffering and the whispers of prayers, that the real magic took place. Each heartbeat was a reminder that they were part of something much larger, an endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth. As the stories of illness and healing continued to unfold, they painted a portrait of resilience and connection, echoing through the ages. Each culture, in its unique way, interpreted sickness not as a mere physical condition, but as a profound journey, a path laden with trials and triumphs, a connection to the divine. The rituals, the prayers, the songs, each was a testament to humanity's unyielding spirit in the face of adversity. The thin veil between the physical and spiritual worlds became a canvas, upon which the essence of life was painted in vivid strokes of emotion and faith. The night deepened, and the fire crackled, its warmth wrapping around the clan like a protective blanket. They shared stories of hope, the flickering light reflecting in their eyes, each tale a gentle reminder that healing was not just a destination, but a journey woven with love and connection to the cosmos. As the woman began to stir, breathing steadier now, The tension in the air thickened with anticipation. The whispers of the ancients mingled with the rustle of leaves, carrying with them the promise of renewal as the cycle of life continued, connecting all who dared to hope. With every heartbeat, the threads of myth and reality blurred, creating an intricate tapestry that spoke of humanity's enduring struggle against the shadows of illness and the bright light of healing. The clan felt it in their bones. They were not just passive spectators in this saga, but active participants in a timeless dance. As the fire burned low, a shiver of excitement coursed through the air, hinting at the next chapter of life that lay just beyond the horizon, where the stories of old awaited to be told anew. Under a canopy of stars, where the whispers of ancient gods linger in the air, the echoes of history pulse like a heartbeat through the lands of Africa. Here, where mountains rise like the arms of giants and rivers carve paths reminiscent of stories long forgotten, the lines between myth and politics blur in a vivid tapestry of human experience. It is not merely the winds that carry the tales of ancestors. It is the very soil beneath their feet, rich with the blood of warriors and the lessons of sages. In the kingdom of Mali, the figure of Sundiata Keita emerged, a name that would be woven into the fabric of time as a symbol of strength and resilience. Born with a physical challenge, he was often dismissed, his destiny seemingly overshadowed by doubt. Yet, amidst the shadows, the myth of the Lion King began to take shape. As the spirits of his ancestors whispered to him in the stillness of the night, Sundiata transformed from an outcast to a ruler whose story would resonate through generations. His rise was not just a political maneuver. It was an embodiment of the belief that destiny could be rewritten, that even the most fragile beginnings could lead to monumental legacies. But myths are not mere stories. They are the lifeblood of culture, shaping the very essence of governance. In the heart of ancient Egypt, pharaohs were viewed as divine beings, intermediaries between the gods and the people. The myth of Osiris, the slain god who rose again, was intricately woven into the political landscape. The annual flooding of the Nile, a sacred event, was celebrated as the tears of Isis for her lost husband. But it was also a reminder of the cyclical nature of life and death, a theme that echoed through the political struggles of the time. The legitimacy of a ruler was often anchored in their connection to the divine, a powerful tool that could rally the masses or cast them into despair. Across the continent, in the great kingdoms of the Yoruba people, deities such as Shango and Eshu danced through the politics of their time. They were not just figures of worship. They were reflections of the people's struggles and aspirations. Shango, the god of thunder, represented the fierce power of justice, while Eshu, the trickster, reminded everyone of the unpredictable nature of fate. When leaders invoked these deities, they tapped into a realm of influence that transcended mere governance. The people rallied behind them, believing that their leaders were not just men or women, but conduits of divine will, ensuring the balance between the earthly and the celestial. This dance of myth and power was not restricted to ancient times. As colonial powers descended upon Africa, the stories shifted but remained potent. The struggles against oppression were often framed within the context of mythological narratives. Leaders like Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya evoked the spirit of the Mau Mau, warriors who fought against colonial rule. Their stories steeped in the rich tapestry of Kikuyu mythology. The fight for freedom was seen as a return to ancestral roots, a reclamation of identity. This intertwining of mythology and the political landscape fueled a fire within the hearts of the oppressed, igniting movements that would change the course of history. In the midst of political upheaval, the voice of the people often found its rhythm in the songs and stories passed down through generations. The griots, or traditional storytellers, became the vessels of history, their verses echoing in the streets like a heartbeat. Through their art, they connected the past to the present, weaving together the tales of legendary heroes and the struggles of contemporary society. The stories of Shaka Zulu's ferocity or the wisdom of Queen Nzinga were not mere entertainment. They were lessons, inspirations, and rallying cries. These narratives became essential tools in the struggle for self-determination, reminding the people of their strength and resilience. In the fiery realm of the Zulu kingdom, the figure of Shaka emerged as a conqueror whose name would ignite both fear and admiration. His military prowess was rooted not just in strategy, but in the mythic tales that surrounded him. Shaka, believed to be favored by the gods, inspired loyalty among his warriors through a narrative of divine right and strength. When he raised his spear, it was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of an entire lineage, calling forth the ancestors to witness the tides of history. As the political landscape shifted with the advent of independence movements across Africa, myths took on new meanings. Leaders transformed into symbols of hope and struggle. Nelson Mandela became a living legend, his story interwoven with the struggle against apartheid. He was more than a man. He was a beacon of possibility. His release from prison was celebrated not just as a political victory. It was a rebirth, akin to the resurrection of Osiris, a moment when the people dared to dream of a future free from oppression. Yet, amid the soaring hopes, the shadows of the past lingered. Political leaders, once seen as heroes, sometimes became the very tyrants they had vowed to overthrow. The myths that had once inspired the masses could now haunt them. The very tales of liberation were twisted into instruments of control, their narratives manipulated to consolidate power. The gods that had once been allies in the struggle now seemed distant, their whispers drowned out by the roar of disillusionment. In every corner of the continent, the interplay between mythology and politics thrived, a complex dance of power, belief, and identity. The stories of gods and heroes continued to shape the aspirations of millions, even as the political landscape evolved. New generations rose, armed with the knowledge of their past, yet yearning for a future that honored the legacies of their ancestors while forging their own paths. As the sun set over the African horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, the stories continued. They were not mere echoes of the past, but living, breathing entities that pulsed with the hopes and dreams of those who told them. The myths, intertwined with the fabric of politics, would forever remind the world of the power each individual held to shape destiny, to rise from the ashes and reclaim their narrative. And so, under the vast African sky, the journey continued, the dance of myth and politics intertwined in an eternal embrace, each story a note in a symphony that would never truly end. Under the flickering glow of a streetlight, a figure darted past, a blur in the shadows of the city. The air was thick with whispers, stories that danced from one pair of lips to another, weaving together a tapestry of fear and wonder. The urban heart pulsed with more than just the sounds of traffic and chatter. It throbbed with ancient truths, echoes of a past that refused to be silenced. The city was alive, not just with its inhabitants, but with the spirits of those who walked these streets long before concrete and glass took over. In the bustling markets of Nairobi, vendors shouted their wares, while children weaved through the throngs, laughter ringing out like music. Yet beneath this vibrant surface lay the tale of the jinn, the ghostly figures said to haunt the alleyways. Many claimed to have felt their cold breath brush past them, or glimpsed a fleeting shadow that sent shivers down their spines. Those who encountered the jinn spoke of an unsettling feeling, a weight that pressed upon their shoulders as if the past were sitting beside them, watching. Locals often whispered stories of a man who vanished one night, only to reappear weeks later, muttering about a realm where time stood still. In Lagos, the story shifted, but the essence remained. The Sango, the thunder god, was not just a relic of ancient beliefs. He lived in the crack of lightning and the roar of storms. People spoke of nights when the rain fell so heavily, it seemed to carry his wrath. Those who dared to disrespect nature would find their cars mysteriously malfunctioning, or worse, their homes struck by lightning. One resident recounted the tale of a young boy who ignored the elders' warnings, only to be caught in a tempest that tore through the city. The boy returned, shaken but alive, claiming he had walked alongside Sango himself, learning the weight of humility. As dusk fell in Johannesburg, stories of the Tokoloshe slithered through the cracks of society. This mischievous creature, often described as a small, hairy figure, thrived in the shadows. Children were warned to keep their beds raised, lest the Tokoloshe come for them in the night. The tale took on a life of its own when a mother shared how her son had begun sleeping on the floor, too afraid to face the dark. She recounted how he returned from school one day, eyes wide with terror, convinced he had seen the creature peering at him through the window. Each retelling only added layers of fear, drawing more and more into the web of urban myth. In the heart of Accra, the Mamiwata, a water spirit, emerged from the depths of the ocean, a siren cloaked in beauty and danger. Fishermen spoke of her, their voices dropping to hushed tones as they shared tales of those who had been lured by her enchanting song, never to return. One fisherman recalled a friend who had taken his boat out to sea, mesmerized by the shimmering figure dancing in the waves. The man was never seen again, but on stormy nights the fisherman claimed he heard her voice calling from the depths, a haunting melody that filled the air with a sense of longing and sorrow. The city's pulse quickened as night fell, stories intertwining, feeding off one another. An elder in Harare recounted his encounter with the Chinyavada, a trickster spirit known for leading travelers astray. He described a night spent wandering lost in the bush, where familiar paths twisted into labyrinths. Just when he thought all was lost, a figure appeared, guiding him toward safety. Yet, the closer he got, the more the figure morphed into something unrecognizable, leaving him with a chilling sense of dread that something was watching. As urban lights flickered against the night sky, these stories mingled with the cries of hawkers and the laughter of children, creating a haunting melody that resonated in the very bones of the city. People moved through the streets, oblivious to the tidal wave of emotion swirling around them, unaware that the myths of their ancestors lived on, lurking in every corner. Across the continent, in the dimly lit streets of Dakar, the Gwej, the spirit of the dead, was said to roam among the living, lingering in the spaces between life and death. Locals often found themselves caught in a trance, feeling the presence of those who had passed. One woman shared how she had felt her mother's warmth one evening, an embrace that brought tears to her eyes. Her friends listened, spellbound, as she recounted how the spirit had guided her through grief, teaching her to honor the past while embracing the future. In every corner of the continent, urban myths twisted and turned, each culture adding its own flavor to the rich stew of belief. The truths of these stories lay not only in their narratives, but in the emotions they stirred. They spoke of loss, longing, and the eternal quest for connection, no matter how fleeting. Each whispered tale created a sense of community as people gathered around fires, sharing not just stories, but pieces of their souls. The thrill of the chase, the fear of the unknown, and the comfort of tradition intertwined in a dance that spanned generations. As the city became an urban jungle, the myths grew more vivid, more tangible. They became a lifeline, a way for people to navigate the complexities of modern life while holding on to the threads of their history. In the bustling streets, amid the noise and chaos, the stories thrived, thriving in the hearts of those who dared to listen. As the night deepened, the flicker of streetlights cast eerie shadows that beckoned, urging the brave to uncover what lay beyond the veil of reality. These tales remained a bridge to a time before, where spirits roamed freely, and every whispered word carried the weight of history. The city, with its vibrant chaos, pulsated with the heartbeat of countless myths, each one more captivating than the last, calling out to those with open hearts and curious minds, inviting them to lean closer, to listen intently as the stories continued to unfold, endlessly spiraling into the night. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the village in hues of orange and crimson. Lanterns began to flicker to life, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd, their eyes wide, hearts pounding, every pulse echoing the rhythm of an ancient tale about to unfold. In this moment, amidst the laughter and whispered stories, a sacred bond between the people and their past stirred, as if the very ground beneath them was alive with the memories of heroes and gods, woven into the fabric of their lives. As the drums began to beat, the sound resonated through the earth, calling to the spirits of the ancients. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a festival, a celebration steeped in myth and history, where the lines between the mortal and divine blurred as the people danced with abandon, channeling the power of their ancestors. Each step taken on this hallowed ground reverberated with the stories of great battles fought, of love lost and found, of creation and destruction. It was a tapestry of emotions, woven from the threads of their legends. A shiver ran through the crowd as the legendary figure of a great warrior emerged from the shadows, draped in the colors of his tribe. The locals erupted in cheers, their voices rising in a symphony of reverence. He was not merely a man, he was a symbol of resilience, of sacrifice. Tales of his conquests had been passed down through generations, each retelling more vibrant than the last. He raised his sword high, catching the last rays of sunlight, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the legends themselves were summoned back to life. Festivals served as living canvases for these myths, allowing stories to breathe and evolve. Each year, as the seasons turned, communities gathered to honor their gods and ancestors through song, dance, and art. The history of a people was etched, not only in their books, but in their celebrations. Each festival, a vivid reminder of who they were and where they came from. Through these events, the past was not merely remembered, it was revered, elevated to a status where it could guide the present and illuminate the future. As the night deepened, the flickering lights of the lanterns danced like stars against the velvet sky. The fire crackled, sending embers spiraling upward as if trying to reach the heavens. At this moment, every heart beat in unison, a collective pulse that reverberated through the earth, and echoed back to the heavens. Music filled the air, each note a thread connecting the souls of the dancers to the divine. It was a joyous cacophony, where laughter mingled with sacred chants, creating an atmosphere thick with emotion. In this sacred space, the myths took on a tangible form. The stories of deities who shaped the world were recounted in dramatic performances, where actors donned elaborate costumes and masks. Each gesture, each word, was a tribute, a moment of communion with the past. As the actors spun tales of love between gods and mortals, of quarrels that shaped mountains and rivers, the audience was entranced. They felt every heartbreak, every triumph, as if it was their own life story, being played out before their eyes. Children watched with wide-eyed wonder, standing on the fringes, absorbing the lessons of their forebears. They were the next generation, the torchbearers of these tales, and in their young hearts blossomed a fierce passion for the myths surrounding them. With every clap and cheer, the festival reinforced their connection to a legacy that was undeniably theirs. It was a moment where time stood still, allowing the present to honor the past, and every child to know they were part of something larger than themselves. As the night wore on, shadows danced alongside the flames. A hush fell upon the crowd as an elder, the keeper of stories, stepped forward. His voice, though aged, carried the weight of countless festivals past. He spoke of a great flood that washed away the old world, a tale that echoed the myths of many cultures. The crowd leaned in closer, hearts racing, as they felt the chill of the water rising around them, the fear of loss mingling with the hope of rebirth. It was a story that transcended time, a reminder that even in despair, new life could emerge. The elder's words wove a spell, casting a reverent stillness over the gathered souls. In this sacred silence, the audience could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, urging them to remember their origins. With each tale shared, the festival became a vessel for resilience and renewal, transmitting the spirit of survival and courage embedded in their myths. Suddenly, the drums erupted again, louder and more fervent than before, pulling everyone back into the vibrant chaos of celebration. The people surged forward, their bodies moving in rhythm as if possessed by the very spirits of their ancestors. Laughter erupted like fireworks in the night sky, a potent mix of joy and emotion that wrapped around each individual, binding them together in a dance that transcended the individual. The atmosphere thickened with excitement, as if the myths themselves were descending upon the crowd, mingling among them. Faces glowed with the flicker of lanterns, each smile a testament to the power of these stories, the lifeblood of their culture. In this moment, every heart was an echo of ancient drums, reverberating through time and space, uniting past, present, and future in an unbreakable bond. As dawn approached, the festival reached its grand finale. The villagers gathered around the bonfire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow. They sang songs of praise and gratitude, celebrating the myths that shaped their identities. The sound soared into the air, a melody of hope that mingled with the whispers of the wind. With every note, the villagers felt the presence of their ancestors, their voices blending harmoniously with theirs, celebrating the stories that would be told for generations to come. And as the last echoes faded into the night, the promise of another festival, another myth, lingered in the air, a tantalizing thread woven into the heart of the community. The festival ended, but the stories, the emotions, and the connections forged would last, rippling through the fabric of time, waiting to be rekindled once more. In the quiet corners of the world, where ancient roots intertwine with modern existence, the echoes of African mythology still resonate. The sun sets, casting long shadows across the land, and stories of gods, spirits, and creatures unfold in whispers. This is where the pulse of history beats strongest, where the tales of the past shape the fabric of the present, threading through cultures and communities like an unbreakable bond. In the vibrant streets of Rio de Janeiro, the city thrums with life. The air is thick with the smell of spices. Music fills the plazas, and beneath the surface, a dance of ancient stories unfolds. Here, Candomblé, a religion rooted in the Yoruba traditions of West Africa, thrives, a vivid tapestry woven from the very fabric of African mythology. Deities like Exu, the messenger, and Yemanja, the mother of the waters, come alive in the rhythms of the drums and the sway of the dancers. Each beat is a heartbeat, a connection to the ancestors who walked this earth centuries before, their stories echoing in the flesh and spirit of those who honor them. Across the Atlantic, the influence of African mythology seeps into the life of New Orleans, where the air buzzes with the spirit of voodoo. Old tales mingle with the vibrant culture of jazz, creating a symphony of belief and story. The LWA, spirits that guide and protect, are invoked in ceremonies that blend African traditions with the essence of the land. Marie Laveau, a name that still sends shivers down spines, becomes a bridge, the embodiment of power, resilience, and the enduring spirit of African folklore. Her legacy is painted in the delicate strokes of history, where each brush of her hand is a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It dances in the streets, echoes in the alleys, and whispers through the centuries. In the heart of Europe, the influence of African mythology takes on a different hue. The stories of Anansi, the clever spider from West African lore, weave their magic into the fabric of Caribbean storytelling and beyond. From the pages of children's books to the grand stages of theaters, Anansi's tales teach lessons of wisdom, cunning, and the complexities of life. He becomes a symbol, a bridge between different worlds, reminding audiences of their shared humanity and the power of storytelling to transcend borders and time. Meanwhile, in the vast plains of North America, the stories of African heritage intertwine with the struggle for freedom and identity. The legacy of the African diaspora is rich with tales of resilience, where the spirits of ancestors guide the wayward and lost. The ring shout, a dance and call for connection, echoes through time, celebrating the spirit of community born from shared hardships. It's a reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope is a flame that refuses to be extinguished. The songs and rhythms carry the weight of history, echoing through the hearts of generations, each note a testament to survival and the unyielding spirit of the human soul. Travel eastward, and the threads of African mythology are found in the vibrant lands of India. The stories of trickster gods and wise spirits find their way into the hearts of the people, where they are embraced and adapted. The oral traditions, rich with emotion and passion, reveal the universal truths that bind us all. In the fusion of cultures, the essence of African mythology dances alongside Hindu epics, creating a mosaic of belief that celebrates diversity while honoring shared human experience. As night falls over the world, under the blanket of stars, the shadows of ancestors linger. In the cool breeze that brushes against the skin, there is a whisper of ancient tales. From the high peaks of the Atlas Mountains to the bustling markets of Accra, the stories of creation and transformation flow like rivers through the lives of the people. These are not mere tales. They are lifelines, connecting the past to the present, the individual to the collective. The spirits of the earth, the sky, and the sea watch over those who remember, guiding them through the labyrinth of existence. In the heart of Africa, where the roots run deep into the soil, the stories are alive. The sun rises, and with it, the drums begin to beat, calling out to the spirits of the land. The elders gather, their faces etched with wisdom, their voices carrying the history of generations. It is here that the myths take form, gods who shape the weather, spirits who guard the cattle, and creatures who embody the lessons of life. Each story shared is a reminder of the interconnectedness of all beings, a call to honor the earth and each other. As the world turns, the influence of African mythology becomes a thread that unites diverse cultures, transcending language and geography. In every corner, there are echoes of the past, whispers of wisdom that guide humanity toward understanding and compassion. The dance of life reflects the struggles, joys, and hopes of people everywhere, their stories intertwined in a vast, intricate web. The stories that began in the heart of the continent are now a shared legacy, a testament to the power of myth to inspire and heal. Lights flicker in a small theater where a play unfolds, telling of the trickster and the wise. The audience is captivated, their hearts racing with the thrill of the familiar, yet new. Each character embodies the essence of the stories that have traveled so far, connecting souls through time and space. Laughter and tears intermingle as the narrative weaves its magic, a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of mythology to shape reality. The world flourishes on the breath of these ancient tales, where love, loss, and triumph resonate across continents. With every story told, with every heart that beats alongside, the global influence of African mythology pulses with life, an eternal dance uniting humanity in a shared journey of discovery and growth. And as the last curtain falls, the spirits of the past linger, reminding everyone that the stories have just begun, echoing in the hearts of those who dare to listen. A soft, shimmering light dances across the ancient stone walls of a small, forgotten village tucked between the mountains. The wind whispers through the trees like an old storyteller, carrying tales of gods and heroes that shaped the lives of those who once called this place home. These stories, rich with passion and pain, flicker like the last embers of a dying fire, their warmth fading as time marches relentlessly onward. The myths that once breathed life into the hearts of the villagers now face the cruel hand of neglect, struggling to remain relevant in a world that seems to have forgotten them. What happens when the fabric of a community, woven tightly with legends and lore, begins to fray? The stories of valiant warriors, wise sages, and mythical creatures linger on the lips of a few elders, their voices quivering with the weight of history. Yet, as the years slip away, like grains of sand through an hourglass, the listeners grow fewer, and the flames of these ancient tales flicker dangerously low. In this village, nestled among green hills and vibrant wildflowers, a young girl named Lila listens intently to her grandmother's tales. Her eyes widen with every word, each story sparking a fire in her imagination. She clings to her grandmother's voice, desperate to hold on to the magic that fills the air, like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. The elderly woman, with wrinkles etched deep like the lines of a map, knows well the battle for preservation. She feels the weight of her legacy pressing against her chest. Will her stories be enough to bridge the chasm between past and present, or will they dissolve into the shadows? As the sun begins to set, casting a golden glow over the landscape, a sense of urgency fills the air. The village community gathers beneath the ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches a silent witness to countless gatherings over the centuries. Here, the elders share their tales, hoping to ignite a spark in the hearts of the younger generation. Yet, the challenge looms large. The world outside their village is changing rapidly, and the allure of technology pulls the youth away from the simplicity of their heritage. In a nearby city, students are glued to their screens, their minds preoccupied with the latest apps and trends. They scroll through countless images and videos, their fingers dancing across glass surfaces, oblivious to the rich tapestry of history that surrounds them. As the elders speak, the youth sit with furrowed brows, their attention divided, their eyes darting toward the glowing notifications that beckon them away. The chasm deepens, threatening to swallow the myths whole. In a moment of desperation, Lila stands up. She feels the weight of the stories like a cloak on her shoulders. "Please," she pleads, her voice trembling with passion. "These tales are more than just stories. They are part of us." The gathering hushes, attention swinging toward the young girl who dares to bridge the divide. Lila's heart races as she speaks, her words tumbling out like the rush of a waterfall, splashing against the rocks of indifference. The gods are not gone. They live within us. They are our ancestors, our guides. If we let them fade, we lose a piece of who we are. The fire crackles, and for a moment, hope ignites in the eyes of the elders. But the challenge remains daunting. The village faces not only the burden of apathy, but also the threat of oblivion that looms outside its borders. It is not just a struggle against time, but against a culture that prizes the new while neglecting the old. The stories linger in the air like an echo of what once was, but the winds of change howl louder, determined to drown them out. Weeks pass, and Lila's determination only grows stronger. She gathers her friends, young hearts who still hold a flicker of curiosity. Together, they roam the hills, gathering herbs and flowers, crafting talismans inspired by the myths of their ancestors. They create a small village festival to honor the tales, inviting everyone to participate. The elders share the stories, the youth act them out, and the laughter that rings through the air rekindles a sense of belonging. Yet, as the festival approaches, doubt creeps in. Will the village turn out for the event? Or will they be too busy, too distracted to remember the importance of their heritage? The weight of expectation hangs over Lila, like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. On the day of the festival, the sun rises bright and clear, casting a warm glow over the village. People gather, drawn by the aroma of freshly baked bread and the laughter of children. As the stories unfold, Lila watches faces light up, eyes widen, and hearts open. The flames of ancient myths flicker back to life, but the challenges remain. How do they ensure the stories continue to resonate? How do they combat the tide of a world that seems to prioritize the ephemeral over the eternal? In the days that follow, Lila and her friends embark on a new mission. They visit schools, sharing their stories with students who are hungry for connection, bridging the gap between the old and the new. They use social media platforms not just to showcase the beauty of their myths, but to invite discussion, to create a dialogue that spans generations. They post videos of their reenactments, showcasing their culture with vibrant colors and passionate storytelling that captures the imagination of a growing audience far beyond their village. But resistance is fierce. Critics emerge, questioning the relevance of these tales in a world dominated by science and technology. How can myths hold value in our modern age? They scoff. their voices slicing through the air like daggers. The struggle intensifies as Lila pushes back, her words fueled by conviction. Myths are the very essence of humanity. They give us roots, teach us morals, and connect us to something greater than ourselves. We must fight to keep them alive. As the tension thickens, the village faces a crossroad. Will the elders surrender their stories to the unforgiving passage of time? Or will they unite with the youthful energy of Lila and her friends to forge a new path? The echoes of laughter and storytelling blend with the urgent whispers of doubt, creating a symphony of hope and heartache. The myths remain, suspended in time, waiting for someone to breathe life back into them, to remind the world of the power they hold. And just as the villagers find strength in their unity, a storm brews on the horizon, threatening to tear them apart. The outside world looms, full of challenges yet to be faced, as the preservation of their cherished myths hangs in the balance, a delicate thread woven into the very fabric of their identity, yearning to be saved. Under the vast, star-speckled sky of a silent night, a lone figure sits by a flickering fire, the crackling flames casting shadows that dance around ancient stones. As the warmth wraps around him, he recalls tales passed down through generations, stories of gods and monsters, of creation and destruction. Myths are more than mere fables. They are lifelines, threads that connect people to their past, their culture, and each other. The whispers of these stories echo across continents, revealing how deeply intertwined our human experience is, regardless of where we come from. In Africa, myths are alive with vibrant colors and dramatic tales, bursting forth from tribes that have thrived for centuries. The sun rises and sets on the stories of Anansi the spider, a clever trickster who embodies the spirit of resilience and wit. Children gather in circles, wide-eyed, as elders recount how Anansi outsmarted fierce beasts and greedy gods, teaching lessons of humility and cleverness. These stories are sprinkled with the essence of the land itself, the rustling of grass, the roar of lions, and the laughter of rivers. Here, every creature and element holds a story, weaving a rich tapestry of existence. Yet, as one casts their gaze to the mythologies of other cultures, it becomes clear that humanity shares a profound kinship. The Greeks, with their pantheon of gods atop Mount Olympus, tell tales of mighty Zeus and crafty Hermes. The Olympians, like Africa's spirits, embody the dualities of human nature, love and betrayal, wisdom and folly. In the stories of Metis and Athena, wisdom is birthed from the very head of a god, just as in Africa, wisdom often springs from the mouths of the elders. Both cultures reflect a yearning to understand the world and our place within it. Travel across the ocean to the land of the rising sun, where Japanese mythology flourishes with deities like Amaterasu, the sun goddess, whose light chases away the darkness. Her story flickers with warmth, reminiscent of the African sun illuminating the savanna. The similarities in these narratives, the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil, speak to a universal truth. In every culture, the sun rises every day, just as it sets, reminding us of the cycles of life and the perseverance of hope amid despair. Further north, the stark landscapes of Norse mythology paint a picture of a world filled with fierce giants and valiant warriors. Odin, the Wise One, sacrificed an eye for knowledge, a testament to the age-old quest for understanding that crosses all cultures. This sacrifice resonates with the wisdom of African elders. Their stories often echo the sacrifices made for the sake of future generations. As a storyteller weaves these tales, the air thickens with anticipation. The listener is drawn into the drama, where every character is faced with trials that test their mettle. In Africa, the hero is often a humble figure, a farmer, a child, or a wise woman, who, through courage and cunning, confronts the wild beasts of life. This mirrors the courageous Odysseus, who, through cunning and bravery, faced a myriad of challenges to return home. Heroic journeys like these ignite a flame of hope in all who hear them, resonating with the universal human experience. Yet, beneath the surface, darker motifs swirl in the shadows. African myths often touch on themes of death and rebirth, reflecting the cyclical nature of life. The tale of the great snake, shedding its skin to be reborn, resonates deeply with the human experience of loss and renewal. It isn't just in Africa. Similar themes pulse through the stories of ancient Egypt, where Osiris faces death only to be resurrected, symbolizing the persistent hope of rebirth. There is an undeniable tension in the air as threads of mythology twist together across cultures. The tricksters, the wise ones, and the heroes all remind humanity of its flaws and strengths. In the African tale of the tortoise and the hare, the slow and steady tortoise teaches that patience and perseverance often outshine raw speed and bravado. This echoes in the fables of Aesop, where cunning foxes and industrious ants impart wisdom in a different but equally poignant way. The moon rises high, casting a silver glow over the flickering fire, illuminating the stories etched in the hearts of people. The richness of African myths, with their pulsating rhythms and poetic nuances, often finds parallels in the vivid narratives of the Native American tribes. The Great Spirit, with its echoing voice, and the Earth Mother, nurturing the land, share kinship with Africa's spirits that inhabit every river and mountain. In both, nature is imbued with a sacredness that calls for respect and reverence. As the fire crackles, a sense of urgency fills the air. The stories are not just tales, they are the essence of existence, the longing for connection, understanding, and meaning. The ancient winds carry these echoes across time and space, reminding all who listen that humanity is bound by the same threads of hope, despair, love, and sacrifice. With every story told, the listener feels the weight of their ancestors' dreams and fears, woven intricately into the fabric of their own lives. The storyteller pauses, allowing the weight of the moment to settle, the embers glowing brighter, as if urging forth more tales. They sense it, the inescapable truth that resonates through every culture, every myth, and every heart. A fiery passion ignites within, knowing that the stories of the past are not just memories, but blueprints for the future, urging all to forge connections across the vast tapestry of humanity. The shadows dance with anticipation, as if beckoning the next chapter to unfold, where the ancient myths will continue to intertwine, echoing through the ages. The fire crackles, and the air is thick with the promise of untold stories yet to be shared, waiting to ignite the soul. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the African sky in hues of orange and purple, as the rhythmic beat of a djembe echoed through the village. Elders gathered, their faces etched with the wisdom of ages, while children listened, wide-eyed, to tales of gods and heroes who once walked the earth. Here, stories were not merely told, they were experienced, weaving a tapestry of culture, belief, and history. Each tale held the power to connect past and present, binding generations together in a shared understanding of their world. As evening fell, a young woman named Amina sat at the feet of her grandmother, enraptured by the story of Anansi, the clever spider who tricked not just men, but the very fabric of existence. With every twist of the tale, Amina felt the pulse of ancient rhythms thumping in her chest, a reminder that these stories were more than folklore. They were lifelines. The ancestors whispered through the winds, urging the young to remember, to carry their tales into the future. But the world was changing. The old ways were being overshadowed by the bright screens of modernity, where the flicker of pixels often drowned out the flicker of candlelight. Yet, even as the digital age crept in, a surge of voices began to rise, filled with the urgency to reinvigorate these ancient narratives. Artists, writers, and musicians began to reinterpret the myths, infusing them with contemporary struggles and aspirations, making them relatable to a new generation. On the bustling streets of Nairobi, a group of young creators gathered in a sun-kissed courtyard. They were not just storytellers. They were magicians, blending tradition with innovation. A mural of Nyame, the sky god, sprawled across the wall, vibrant and alive, while a nearby stage pulsed with the energy of a hip-hop artist, rapping about the lessons of Yamoja, the goddess of rivers. Each beat echoed the past, reminding the audience that these myths did not belong solely to the dusty pages of history. They thrived in the hearts of the young. As the night deepened, shadows danced under the stars, and Amina felt the energy of her ancestors flowing through her. She had begun to write her own stories, inspired by the tales of the past, but woven with the threads of her own experience. She poured her soul into each character, each struggle, and each victory. The tales of her people were not merely stories. They were mirrors reflecting the complexities of life today. Battles against injustice, love in the face of adversity, and the fight to find identity in a world that constantly shifts. In the quiet corners of a bookstore in Accra, readers eagerly flipped through pages filled with reimagined folklore. A new novel featured a young woman who wielded the power of thunder, channeling the spirit of Shango, the god of lightning and justice. Her journey resonated with readers, igniting a fire within them to reclaim parts of their heritage they had thought lost. Each word, each chapter, became a catalyst for conversation about identity, belonging, and the intersection of old and new. But the path was not without its struggles. Traditionalists often clashed with these modern interpretations, fearing that the essence of their stories was being diluted. Yet, through every debate, a beautiful tension emerged. It was a dialogue that encouraged a deeper understanding of the myths themselves, reminding everyone that stories evolve just as the people do. The essence of a narrative might shift, but its core often carries the wisdom of ages. In the quiet of a rural village, an elder stood before a gathering, her voice steady and clear as she recounted the tale of the creation of the world. Yet, in her telling, she wove in the challenges brought by climate change, the fight for land, and the importance of stewardship over their natural resources. The youth who listened felt a spark of responsibility igniting within them. They realized that the stories could not only entertain, but also educate, empowering them to take action in their communities. The winds of change swept across the continent, and with it came an awakening of curiosity. Documentaries emerged, capturing the haunting beauty of rituals and ceremonies that had flourished for centuries, offering the world a glimpse into a rich cultural tapestry that was still very much alive. As screens flickered with images of vibrant festivals and solemn rites, a global audience began to connect with these timeless traditions, bridging gaps and fostering appreciation. It was a reminder that while the world outside may have modernized, the heart of African mythology pulsed as fiercely as ever. In the virtual space, online forums blossomed, where young people from different corners of Africa shared their interpretations of mythology. They created memes, short films, and podcasts, each contributing their own voice to the collective narrative. Tales of Mami Wata, the water spirit, were reimagined as symbols of empowerment and resilience, resonating with those navigating the tumultuous waters of modern life. The myths transformed into a language of their own, speaking not just of the past, but of dreams and futures yet to be written. Through all these changes, a common thread emerged, an undeniable connection to identity. For every reimagined character and each modern story, there lay deep-rooted sentiments of love, loss, and the fight for justice. The mythological figures of old grew like branches, reaching toward the sky while still firmly planted in the rich soil of history. They became anchors for those grappling with the complexities of contemporary life, offering wisdom that transcended time. As the moon rose high, illuminating Amina's face as she penned her latest story, the air crackled with possibility. The tales of her ancestors were not merely relics. They were living, breathing entities, ready to dance into the future. Amina felt a deep kinship with the characters she created, as if they were her companions on a path paved with hope and resilience. She realized that the evolution of African mythology was not just an academic pursuit. It was a vibrant dialogue, a celebration of life and legacy. The rhythmic pulse of drums echoed in the distance, a stirring call to remember, to honor the past while boldly stepping into the future. The stories would continue to evolve, weaving new threads into the fabric of existence, ensuring that the voices of the ancestors would never fade away. As Amina closed her notebook, a sense of determination filled her heart. She was not just a storyteller. She was a guardian of her culture, ready to pass on the torch to those who would come after her. And in that moment, the air thrummed with the promise of what was yet to be told.